Monterey Public Library is happy to welcome you today to the tour of Ed Ricketts' lab. Susan, I'm to introduce, who is a professor of English at San Jose State University, and will introduce today's tour. Thank you so much, Susan.
Oh, thank you, Francesca. It's wonderful to be with you today, and this feels like a day of celebration. It's the culmination of our 2-month outreach sponsored by the Monterey Public Library, the Cannery Row Foundation, the Cannery Row Company, and the Western Flyer Foundation, which is restoring the boat that Steinbeck and Ricketts took to Sea of Cortez in 1940. So I hope you've enjoyed the programming. It's all online if you want to look at it again. So it's been just a great experience for me in particular to work with everyone in these organizations to sponsor something for the community. I want to particularly thank the committee. I think we were just a model committee. Everyone pulled their weight. We were like a team, a dog sled team. We all just ran together. Francesca has been great. She stayed up all night posting all the readings of Cannery Row on YouTube. So that's heroic work. And Inga Waite, director of the library, has been terrific. Dennis Copeland, historian, community historian, has helped, as well as Tim Thomas, both community historians. Greg Calais, who was former president of the Cannery Row Foundation, and I am also a member of the committee, and I am on the Western Flyer Foundation. I just want to thank everybody for pulling together. I also want to direct you today to the wonderful reading of Cannery Row, which is various members of the community read chapters, and it was a lot of fun. I went to the Frog Pond and read at the Frog Pond, but Jimmy Panetta, Representative Jimmy Panetta, introduced it, and it's just a terrific introduction. So if you have time today, do look at the YouTube channel, and he speaks of the power of community. And that's really what this book is about, Cannery Row. So celebrating the 75th anniversary of Cannery Row is celebrating the power of community. And as you go into Ricketts' lab today, virtually with me, I just want to emphasize the fact that that was really the focus of all of Ricketts' studies from the year 1923 when he came to the peninsula until he died in 1948. He didn't study individual animals as do so many scientists, but he studied animal communities. And he said again and again that cooperation was as important as the Darwinian idea of struggle and dominance when understanding intertidal communities. So with that said, we'll start this virtual tour. It's about 50 minutes, 55 minutes, and I will be here to answer any questions afterwards. Between 11 and 12, we'll have music from Pipe Dream, which is the musical based on the Cannery Row sequel, Sweet Thursday. So the music is really fun. My favorite is a song about the tide pool. And then Tim Thomas gives a virtual tour at noon, and he will also be available for questions. And then this afternoon, we have a symposium on Ricketts, Cannery Row, and the region. So I hope you'll join us all day. Thank you very much. And with that, let's tour Ricketts Lab.
Okay, welcome to Ricketts Lab and Cannery Row. Let me read the first sentence since we're standing here on Cannery Row. Cannery Row in Monterey in California is a poem, a stink, a grating noise, a quality of light, a tone, a habitat, a nostalgia, a dream. Yes, it still has noise. It's a bustling place normally. Of course, now during the pandemic, it's less bustling. But when Ricketts lived here, it was a very popular spot, and the street would have been full of people going to the canneries, working in the canneries. So it was a very industrial kind of, this is the heart of industrial Cannery Row. However, Steinbeck, when he wrote Cannery Row in 1945, doesn't really write about the business of Cannery Row, canning sardines. He writes about his friend, Ed Ricketts. The book is dedicated to Ed Ricketts, for Ed who knows why or should. And really, it's about Ed Ricketts and why he was such a remarkable man. The reason I like to start all my tours on the steps is I like to point out something that's very important in the book Cannery Row, because Steinbeck really asks us to see as Ricketts saw things. Ricketts enters this book looking into the intertidal with Hazel. They're talking about intertidal animals. And he exits the book reading poetry. And that's really what's extraordinary about this man. He was a scientist. He was a collector of marine invertebrates. His seminal work was a book called Between Pacific Tides, published in 1939. So he spent his life collecting marine invertebrates, which he called little beasties, because he loved his job. He loved what he did. It was really his vocation and his avocation as well. But he was also a man of ideas, and I think that's what drew people to him and drew people to this lab, which is really a kind of magnet for people who come to visit Monterey. Certainly people who have read Cannery Row or know about Sea of Cortez, who have read the short story The Snake. All of those works, Ricketts is a central figure, either as co-author or as fictional character. So this is a kind of pilgrimage spot, this lab. Ricketts bought the lab in 1928 for $8,000. In the mid-90s, the city of Monterey bought the lab. They now own it. And they offer tours during non-pandemic times, so you can come to the lab. But today, we're going to offer a virtual tour. The other reason I start the tour here is I want to point out that really Steinbeck starts out with that first sentence kind of mapping Cannery Row. Where are we? How do we describe Cannery Row? And he says in chapter 3, Lee Chong's is to the right of the vacant lot, although why it's called vacant when it's piled high with old boilers, rusting pipes, gray square timbers, and stacks of 5-gallon cans, no one can say. Up and back of the vacant lot is the railroad track and the Palace Flophouse. Now that orientation where you're looking across the street at the vacant lot up to the Palace Flophouse and Lee Chong's grocery, the Chinese grocery store to the right, is only accurate if you're standing right here or looking out the window. In chapter 5, he continues his mapping of Cannery Row, and he says Western Biological, the lab, was to the right across the street and facing the vacant lot. Lee Chong's grocery was on the catacorner right, and Dora's Bear Flag restaurant was on the catacorner left. And of course, that was the brothel really across the street from the lab. So from the very beginning of this book, Steinbeck asks you to see in the same way, with the same perspective that his friend Ed Ricketts had. So today I want to talk about that friendship, about Ed Ricketts as a man of science, as a man of ideas, and the importance of friendship to Steinbeck's fiction. Because if you think about it, most of Steinbeck's books are about friendships. That's the central relationship in his works of fiction. Think of George and Lenny in Of Mice and Men, Casey and Tom in The Grapes of Wrath, Adam and Lee in East of Eden. So friendships are really key to understanding Steinbeck's fiction. I think he writes much more successfully about friendship than marriage. And partly it's because of the quality of his own friendship with Ricketts. Now Steinbeck met Ed Ricketts in 1930 in probably in Carmel, at a party in Carmel, and they were close, really soulmates from 1930 to 1948. So now let's go into the lab, just as Steinbeck did on many, many days. People were drawn here to come talk to Ed, share in parties, bring the food for parties. They often had potlucks. And so this became a magnet and a place to gather. So we too will gather inside. Okay, this is the party room of the lab. And really, it's party room. It's also Ricketts' bedroom. It was his workplace. He typed essays many nights. He had, at one point, a desk by the front door where Steinbeck's wife, Carol, worked and looked out the front door. He also had specimens in the next room. So really, his workplace and his home were one and the same. Now, Ricketts didn't always live here. Prior to 1936, he also lived in various homes around the peninsula in Carmel and Pacific Grove with his wife, Anna, and their 3 children. It was a marriage that became contentious, partly because Ricketts was not the most faithful of husbands, and Anna finally left Ricketts in 1936. So his lab became his home. Also, in that year, the original lab burned. So it burned to the ground. Ricketts escaped with his typewriter and very little else. And it was a total loss. Mostly he mourned his library because he had a fine scientific library. And it was gone in this fire. And so he lost everything, all his papers, all his off-prints, all this scientific material. Friends gave him a book party for Christmas and tried to replace some of the books, but he couldn't replace the basically years of work and the study that he'd been doing. Now, if you think about Ricketts as both a man and a man of science, I just briefly want to kind of summarize his central ideas. And there are 5 words that I really want to stress when thinking about Ricketts. And the first is an ecologist. In an era when most scientists were still studying animals based on class and phyla, studying individuals, focusing on a certain individual, what Ricketts did, which was so extraordinary, is to look at animals in relation to one another, in relation to communities, in relation to where they lived. So the book that he wrote that advocates this whole vision is called Between Pacific Tides. And it's about looking at animal communities. So that first notion of being an ecologist and what that means is so important to understanding Ricketts. He was a pioneering ecologist that in the 1930s, people didn't use the word ecology, and they were just very frequently. And at Hopkins and Ricketts, they were starting to think about connections, about communities. The second, I think, really important term in understanding Ricketts is studying group behavior. Look at how animals in communities interact together. He was fascinated with group behavior. This is an idea that he and Steinbeck would have discussed because Steinbeck was also fascinated with group behavior. One only needs to think about the Grapes of Wrath and how the Joad family becomes a unit with the other migrants on the road, and what the power of the group is one of the things that Grapes of Wrath is about, from I to we. And that's an idea that he and Ricketts discussed in terms of animal communities and human communities. Another idea I think that was central to Ricketts is cooperation, a third idea. He talks about when he was going to do another intertidal handbook for high school students in the 1940s, he said we have to get over this idea of the central idea about animals living together is competition. He says cooperation is as important as competition. The fourth idea I really want to stress in understanding Ricketts is participation. That he really believed that you should participate fully in looking at life. So that so much of this is about seeing, how we see. And to participate fully is to really see, really understand. It's a word that Steinbeck also used when he wrote that he wanted his readers to participate fully in the text. And finally, non-teleological thinking, which is accepting life as it is, not always looking for solutions, not looking at the end of things, but being engaged in life as it is. Now, I mention those 5 ideas because they're all really embedded in Cannery Row. Cannery Row is about community. It's about groups, Mac and the boys in the intertidal. It's about cooperation and what happens, how you give a party for Doc. It's about looking carefully. So Steinbeck weaves all of those important concepts that are so vital to their friendship, to Ricketts' work, to Steinbeck's work, into the little novel that we're celebrating here on its 75th anniversary. Now, all these ideas would have been discussed here in this room, because when Steinbeck and Ricketts got together, they really talked about ideas. They love to talk about concepts like this. And one of the things that Ricketts says later about Sea of Cortez is, he says, it's so much a John Ed sit by the fire. Now, Sea of Cortez was the book that was published in 1941. Ricketts and Steinbeck worked on it together. But it has all the ideas that were discussed, sort of embedded in that text, nonfiction text, that were discussed in this room throughout the 1930s. It's really a compendium of ideas, or as Ed says, a John Ed sit by the fire. So other people would join them here in this room. Bruce Arras and his wife Jean. Richie Lovejoy was a reporter for the Monterey Herald. So Richie Lovejoy was a reporter for the Monterey Herald, and he and his wife Tal were excellent friends of Ricketts throughout his time here. There were people, the Lanistocks, who lived in Carmel. Francis Whitaker was a friend. Ricketts was really drew people to him. And in part, people would come here, as the director of Hopkins said, I came to the lab to help make myself feel better. Or other people said he would listen to whatever you said. So he would sit cross-legged on his cot, which was right under the windows here. And some people called him the Buddha. And he would simply listen to ideas and not criticize, but kind of talk to you and make your own ideas seem brilliant. So he made people feel better just by talking to them. There was a cot here under the window. Ricketts had a fine record player, which was right by the bed. He kind of insisted on changing the records because he didn't want people to scratch his record collection. He also had some speakers made. You can still see the speaker cabinets up here, by a man named Paul Verbeck, who made a speaker system and a phonograph. Steinbeck liked it so much that he had one made for his own house in Los Gatos. There was a table that pulled down here, and some cups and shelves, and then, of course, books in the library. So the footprint is the same as it was. That's the kitchen. Typically, Ricketts loved to scramble up some eggs at 2 a.m. if he still had visitors. So it's a tiny little kitchen there. But one can only imagine the kind of conversation that went on in this room. Ricketts was, not only did he, those ideas that I was trying to focus on were so important to him, but he tried to capture those ideas in essays that he would write. So it seems sometimes like the man hardly slept, because he would type versions of essays. He wrote one on the spiritual morphology of poetry. He wrote one on friendship. He wrote an essay on wave shock, or the effects of waves hitting the coast in the inner harbor versus the outer coast. He was always writing scientific and philosophical essays. And those were also part of the conversation, of course, that went on here. When he was here, and this was before the fire, these walls were festooned with charts that he kept to record creativity throughout the ages. The man was just, sort of absolutely obsessed with charting and recording and organizing things. So he would have periods of history where they were great peaks of creativity. And he wanted to show that in different cultures, these peaks tended to be coordinated, so that there would be periods like the Renaissance, where in art and music and culture, there would be this great surge of creativity. And those festooned his walls. So this is a model of the lab, which shows what it looked like in Ricketts' time, and that's something that we want to take a closer look at just to see some of what I've been describing. Now, what you see here now, though, is not the room of course, decorated in the way that Ricketts would have decorated it. Because this building has two separate histories. It has the Ricketts period, when Ricketts was here from 1928 to 1948. But Ricketts was killed by a train up on Prescott in 1948. And the building was, of course, empty. A few months after Ricketts died, Steinbeck had most of his letters removed from the lab, the safe removed from the lab. And the building was rented by a man named Harlan Watkins, who was a high school teacher, and he lived here. And of course, being single and male, people came to parties, specifically on Wednesday nights here, but of course they used it as a party place, and so Harlan Watkins was popular for living in this kind of, what was then a kind of seedy area, but fun place to come. Now, Harlan Watkins got married a few years later, and his wife certainly said, "I'm not living on Cannery Row." So all the people who'd come to Harlan Watkins' parties didn't want to lose their place of hilarity, so they bought this lab, okay, and that's called the men's group. And really, from the early 50s until a year ago, the men were part owners in this lab. Frank Wright was the last of the original group to die. But if you look behind you, I think you'll see the poster. Oh. But I think you see three of the members here, Eldon Dedini, Gus Areola, and Hank Ketchum. All of them were created very, very significant comic strips. You're probably most familiar with Hank Ketchum and Dennis the Menace. There's this Dennis the Menace Park in Monterey, but they were three quite famous members of the lab, and they are still stand by the door to greet you. This mural of pictures behind us was part of the decoration of the lab group. I was going to do an article once about the women who were involved in the lab, because it's always a men's group, and I said, well, what about the wives? Did they ever come here? And they did come here on weekends. It wasn't solely a men's gathering place. Wednesdays was apparently reserved for men. And the first woman who came to a Wednesday party was Renee Montaigne when she was doing a Ricketts special in 2003. So she was invited to come on Wednesday night, and she was the first female guest. But their wives did come on the weekends. And according to the woman I talked to, this mural was done by the women, not the men. So they created the mural of various figures from the 20th century. And the city has very carefully taken it down and restored it. So we have some cannery labels. We have a couch that's been here, I'm sure, since the 1950s. And there's a couple of things I want to talk about here. This is a picture of Ed Ricketts by Jean Eris, who was actually Ricketts' lover for a while. Her brother took that picture of Ricketts looking down. You see a lot of pictures of Ricketts looking down because he had bad teeth. It was kind of a joke between Steinbeck and Ricketts. Ricketts had such bad teeth. And that's why when he wrote an essay about Ricketts called About Ed Ricketts, he said, "We met in a dentist office." But I think that's an inside joke about Ricketts and his bad teeth. A really interesting painting, or a print of a painting by a man named Elwood Graham. Now, Elwood Graham was an artist that both Ricketts and Steinbeck liked a lot. And Steinbeck tried to help support him by giving him some money, wants to go to Mexico, and wants to paint his portrait. So Elwood Graham painted Steinbeck's portrait as he was writing Sea of Cortez in 1940. And at that time, Steinbeck was about to go through a divorce, and so it really shows him as a worried, perplexed, and very unhappy man, which he was. So it kind of captured how Steinbeck felt at that time. The family hated the painting, but Ricketts liked it. So Ricketts did hang it in the lab. So the original was at one point in the lab. Nobody quite knows where the original is now, although there were reports that John Houston ended up with it, and where it is now, no one knows. And then there's a little drawing by Bruce Arras, who was also a friend of Ricketts, even though his wife was having an affair with Ricketts. It seemed to be accepted pretty much by the group and well known. But Bruce taught Ricketts' son to box. He was a very kind of devoted father, and he and Jean had children together. And he was a great artist, and he also did a mural across the street. So he was a very well-known figure in Monterey. Whenever I think of Bruce and Jean Arras, and I did know them both, I think of them, their house burned down in the 90s. And the two of them, in their 70s, lived in a tiny tea house for, I think, about 2 years, while Bruce rebuilt his house. And it always represents the sort of spirit of the Depression and just making do. And if you don't have money, you simply adapt. But Bruce and Jean really represented that. The sequel to Cannery Row, which is called Sweet Thursday, Ricketts is doing an experiment with octopi and the excitability of octopi. I've worn my octopus necklace today in honor of Ricketts and his research for that paper in Sweet Thursday. So as Steinbeck called him Doc in Cannery Row and Sweet Thursday, Ricketts was called by people here Ed and Ricketts, but he was also called Doc on occasion. Burgess Meredith called him Doc, so it was a name that was occasionally given to Ricketts. So the man in fiction is fairly close to the man in fact, but as Steinbeck said when he wrote his essay about Ricketts, this is my Ed Ricketts. This is who he was to me. So when he said his mind had no horizons, he was paying tribute to the remarkable qualities of his friend, Ed Ricketts.
When he bought the building, one of the reasons that he was intrigued about moving in here was that the previous owners, which were the La Esperanza Fish Packing Company, had built these tanks to salt fish. So they would bring in mackerel or sardines, put them in the tanks, have them swim around in the brine for a while, and then they would press all of the liquid out of them and make kind of a fish jerky. But Ricketts had different ideas. What he wanted to do was to store marine animals in each of these tanks so that when he got an order that he needed to fill for his biological supply company, he could go in the backyard, find what he needed, and then fill that order. So one of these tanks might have been filled with sea urchins and another with anemones. He was able to collect all of those organisms in the rocky intertidal right here on the shores of Monterey Bay. Ricketts is most famous for his work, which is called Between Pacific Tides. It was first published in 1939 by Stanford University Press, and the book is still in print today, which is remarkable when you consider that it has been edited since Ricketts' time by a number of other different people who have made their own contributions to it. It was actually quite difficult for Ricketts to get this book published because it took a look at the littoral zone, or the rocky intertidal, and the organisms that lived there in a far different way than people had ever approached it before. He took an ecological approach. When Ricketts was an undergraduate at the University of Chicago, he became influenced by a professor named W.C. Ali. And Dr. Ali was an early proponent of ecology, or looking at the big picture, a holistic view of the world. But nobody had really used that technique to describe the rocky intertidal. Let's talk about Monterey Bay. In a 6-hour period on Monterey Bay, the tide can fluctuate to almost 8 feet. I'm 6 foot 3 inches tall, and if I reach up, that's about 8 feet. That means that a high tide would be where my hand is, and a low tide would be where my feet are right now. And that is a tremendous shift in the amount of seawater along the coast. The animals that live in that very rigorous environment, which are sometimes inundated by seawater and sometimes exposed to the air, have to be able to adapt to a very constantly changing environment. And that's what fascinated Ricketts. So his book is designed in such a way to talk about different sections of the coastline of Monterey Bay. Some of the chapters are on the rocky intertidal, some are on the sandy beach, some are on the slough. All of those different organisms that live in that intertidal zone are examined, not individually. You'll never find a chapter in this book about starfish or another chapter about sea anemones. Instead, you'll find a chapter about the habitat in which they live. But not only that, you'll find in between Pacific tides that there is an examination of the relationships that exist between the different types of organisms. He was more interested in looking at an animal in the context of the environment in which he lived, which is the whole idea of ecology. So how did Ed Ricketts really make a living? He didn't make very much money at all by being a writer. He made money by having a biological supply company called Pacific Biological Laboratories. So although most of the organisms that he sold were marine organisms, he also was able to sell, his number one biggest seller was the frog. The frog is a classic dissection that you find in high school biology classes, and consequently a lot of collecting was done up in Carmel Valley in order to supply the frogs necessary for him to run his business. He also raised other terrestrial organisms. For instance, he would sell preserved cats for study in zoology classes. His clients were either high school or college science courses that would use his organisms or his specimens for dissection and study purpose. What we're going to do now is actually go into the downstairs area at Pacific Biological and take a look at his work area, which is right inside the door in the back of the building. Okay, so now we're downstairs in Pacific Biological Laboratories. This is the actual room where Ed Ricketts would prepare specimens for biological study. Behind me are two historical photographs which were taken by Ed Ricketts Jr. of his father, Ed Ricketts, working at the station that I'm standing in front of right here. Most of the containers that you see at this station right now are actually not left over from Ed Ricketts. They're actually left over from Ed Ricketts Jr., who was an amateur photographer. So most of these are spent photographic chemicals, which are actually probably toxic time bombs that need to be gotten rid of. But if you take a close look at this photograph on the wall, what you can see are the types of organisms that Ed Ricketts dealt in. So most of these are marine organisms as he's doing his preparation work. But the second photograph is even more fascinating than the front, not merely because Ed Ricketts is showing a Gila monster to a young girl, but the story of that young girl. Ed Ricketts actually had a common law wife who lived in Pacific Biological Laboratories with him, who was named Toni Jackson. And Toni had a daughter named Kay. Kay actually died of a brain tumor when she was 12 years old, which was the stress that brought an end to the relationship between Ed Ricketts and Toni Jackson. But he used to share his knowledge of marine organisms and other natural wonders with the children of Cannery Row. And that's one of the reasons why they referred to him as Doc. It was a sign of respect that they gave him the nickname Doc. It's important to realize that Ed Ricketts not only was not a PhD, he never earned a college degree in anything. In fact, that was one of the things that he had in common with John Steinbeck. John Steinbeck dropped out of Stanford University without ever earning a degree. Yes, he did go on later to win both the Pulitzer Prize and the Nobel Prize for his writing. And Ed Ricketts never took a degree, even though he went to the University of Chicago. Both of them became very famous for what they accomplished in life, not for what they accomplished in the classroom. So the other thing that really distinguishes Ed Ricketts and makes him still valuable today, besides his work with Between Pacific Tides, is what he did with the index card. in front of you here, there are some 3x5 and 5x7 cards which are color-coded to tell from which region a certain organism was collected. All of these cards now are over at Stanford University's library at Hopkins Marine Station, so that a marine ecologist today can examine these cards, which were filled out by Ed Ricketts in the 1920s, 30s, and 40s, in which he was describing the relative abundance and diversity of the marine organisms that were found on the west coast of North America. But a zoologist today, in 2020, can compare what those organisms' abundance is today to what they were 50, 60, 70 years ago and get an idea of trends. Is that organism doing better? Is it doing worse? Is it flatline? It's a treasure of information that Ed Ricketts left behind him. All of those cards were stored in these metal filing cabinets, which is a good thing because on Thanksgiving Day in 1936, this original building burned down. And one of the few things that actually survived that fire on Thanksgiving Day were his index cards because they were in metal filing cabinets. Some of them have singed edges, but they're all still legible. In fact, if you want to read those cards, you can simply go to the Hopkins Marine Station Library website, and they have a very precise PDF made at each one of the cards, both sides, so that you can read the information, and it's right there at your fingertips. Or better still, if you were to write to the assistant librarian, Don Kohrs, who administers that website, he would probably show you the original cards if you had a reason to take a look at them. So in this area, Ed Ricketts did his work. Like I said earlier, most of these bottles had nothing to do with his work in Pacific Biological Laboratories. There are a few artifacts that do say University Apparatus Company and Pacific Biological that are still here, but not very many. Most of the other bottles are simply empty bottles. So earlier I mentioned that Ed Ricketts was exploring the littoral zone or the intertidal zone along the coast of North America. Between Pacific tides covers that area along the coast of California, Oregon, and Washington. But in 1940, Ricketts and Steinbeck decided that they wanted to expand their investigation into the intertidal zone that went much further south than that. In 1936, they actually drove to Baja, which is a very difficult thing to do because Baja roads are notoriously bad. They were even worse in 1936. So after they made that trial run of an investigation of the Sea of Cortez or the Gulf of California in an automobile, they decided to do it better in 1940. In 1939, Ricketts had just finished publishing Between Pacific Tides, and in 1939, John Steinbeck had just finished publishing The Grapes of Wrath, which was his masterpiece. Both of them wanted to get out of town and do something new and different. So what they proposed to do was to charter a boat called the Western Flyer and take it down for a 6-week investigation of the littoral zone in the Sea of Cortez. This is one of the things that actually went on that expedition. This desk, this fold-down desk, was actually designed by Ed Ricketts and John Steinbeck. You can see this is their original hand-drawn blueprint of what they wanted in a desk that would be on a ship that would be a convenient way for them to do their office work at the end of a day of collecting. And this artifact is now here at Pacific Biological Laboratories for all to enjoy. One of the things I want to read to you is an example of how John Steinbeck used to make fun of himself. Because if you've ever read The Sea of Cortez, you know that it's a humorous way that he takes a look at the day-to-day life aboard the Western Flyer. So this is a passage from Sea of Cortez. In a small boat, the library should be compact and available. We had constructed a strong steel-reinforced wooden case, the front of which hinged down to form a desk. This case holds about 20 large volumes and has 2 filing cases, one for separates or scientific reprints, and one for letters. A small metal box holds pens, pencils, erasers, clips, steel, tape, scissors, labels, pins, rubber bands, and so forth. Another compartment contains a 3x5 card file. There are cubby holes for envelopes, large separates, typewriter paper, carbon, a box for India ink and glue. The construction of the front makes room for a portable typewriter, drawing board, and T-square. There is a long, narrow space for rolled charts and maps. Closed, this compact and complete box is 44 inches long by 18 by 18. Loaded, it weighs between 300 and 400 pounds. It was designed to rest on a low table or in an unused bunk. We took it aboard the Western Flyer. If there had been a low table or large bunk, it would have been perfect. So what he was saying is that the thing was so big that it ended up being lashed to the deck of the Western Flyer with a tarp on top of it, and they never used it. So it was an indication that John Steinbeck wasn't too stuffy to make fun of himself. In fact, he made fun of everything during the Sea of Cortez expedition. One of the things that he made fun of more than anything else was an outboard motor that was used to pilot a skiff between the Western Flyer and their collecting spots in the Rocky Intertidal. It's a Johnson Seahorse outboard motor. However, they gave it the derogatory name, the Hansen Sea Cow, whereas the sea cow was a slow, unreliable marine animal. And it turns out that the Johnson Seahorse would only operate when it wanted to. And consequently, the crew of the Western Flyer used to have to row the skiff between the Western Flyer and their collecting stations each day because the motor would never cooperate with them. People often ask, is Cannery Row, the novel written by John Steinbeck, a true story or is it fiction? And the answer is yes, it's both. You can get a really good idea of the life and times of Ed Ricketts by reading the book. In fact, the dedication of the book is for Ed Ricketts who knows why or should. And Ricketts actually had the opportunity to suggest any type of edits before it went to press, and he decided to let it go as it was because he said it was written with kindness, and it really did give an idea of what it was like on Cannery Row. There are some things that are described in this book that are absolutely the truth, like the floor plan of Pacific Biological Laboratories. There are other things that never happened. For instance, there was never a party upstairs in which a big crate of frogs escaped and then went down the front steps and escaped to Cannery Row. So as you read it, you can get an idea of what life was like on Cannery Row. The book is constructed in a number of different ways. When John Steinbeck was asked why there were so many interstitial chapters in this book that seemed like they had nothing to do with the narrative itself or the gist of the story, he said, well, they're tide pools, of course. If I look in a certain tide pool, I'm going to find a different assemblage of life than if I look in a different tide pool over here. And that's what Steinbeck was trying to do. There are a bunch of chapters here that seem like they have nothing to do with the story of life on Cannery Row, but at the same time they have everything to do with life on Cannery Row. I'm standing in front of the skiff, or actually a reproduction of the skiff, that was taken on the Western Flyer. It's called the Baby Flyer. The Western Flyer is a story in its own right. The Western Flyer was the purse seiner, or sardine boat, that Ed Ricketts and John Steinbeck hired for a 6-week expedition into the Sea of Cortez in the spring of 1940. That boat is actually being restored in Port Townsend, Washington right now. And the hero that actually saved that book is a man named John, that saved that boat is a man named John Gregg, who is a petroleum engineer who decided that it was important enough to convert the boat into a floating classroom for school children to benefit from. When the boat is finally completed, it's going to be home ported here in Monterey, California, and school children will be able to go out on Monterey Bay and learn about the marine environment. It'll be a very high-tech edition of the Western Flyer. The Western Flyer was first built in the 1930s, and it had a very hard life. It was a sardine boat in Monterey Bay. It fished for rock cod up along the Oregon and Washington coasts. Then it was brought up to Alaska, where it fished for salmon and for king crab. It sunk 3 times. And even though it was on the bottom of the ocean, it sold for $1 million. And it was brought back to Port Townsend, Washington, and it's being completely refurbished. A lot of that boat is going to survive. It'll probably have about 20% of its original DNA once it's completely restored, but it's going to have a lot of features that it didn't have originally. For instance, it's going to have an ROV, a remotely operated vehicle, that school children can operate in order to go below the waves on Monterey Bay and take a look at the marine life that exists in this area. So once Ricketts and Steinbeck came back from the Sea of Cortez, they sat down to write a book about their adventure. There's actually 2 books in one here. The first part of this book is written like a diary. Rather than being chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter 3, it'll say things like March the 12th, March the 13th, March the 14th. And each of those chapters describe on a daily basis where they were collecting, what their adventures were, how much beer they drank. It was a very entertaining narrative written by John Steinbeck, with the exception of one chapter. There's one chapter in this book which is called the Easter Sunday chapter. And what John Steinbeck did in order to help his friend Ed Ricketts have one of his essays published, Steinbeck actually inserted an essay that Ed had written on what is called non-teleological thought, or is thinking, in which Ricketts argued that the most important thing that we consider in our lives is what is happening in the here and now, that the past is dead and we can't do a thing about it, that the future is too unpredictable. But if we look at things non-teleologically, or if we employ is thinking, then we really can get the best measure as to what is going on in our lives. So that essay is inserted here. The other half of the book, the second half of the book, is actually the biological investigation of all of the marine organisms that were encountered on the Sea of Cortez expedition. So it's incredible when you think that 2 college dropouts, Steinbeck and Ricketts, went to the Sea of Cortez on their own. It wasn't a funded scientific expedition. It was them doing this for interest. And they were actually able to identify 34 species of marine organisms that were never described by science. And that is a pretty remarkable thing. The specimens that they collected in Mexico on the Sea of Cortez expedition are now up at the Cal Academy of Science in San Francisco. I'm standing in front of the safe that Ed Ricketts used to own at Pacific Biological Laboratories. This safe actually has a very interesting history. It was on the 2nd floor on Thanksgiving Day 1936 when a fire broke out, and Ricketts was lucky to escape with his life. The fire actually started next door at a cannery, and it was an electrical fire that soon spread to Pacific Biological Laboratories. Ricketts woke up at 5 in the morning. He smelled smoke. He felt the wall, which was red hot. He had just enough time to grab his typewriter, put on a pair of pants, run downstairs, and back his car out of the driveway, and the entire building was consumed in fire and was completely destroyed, except for this safe. The safe crashed through the burning floor and landed on the cement on the 1st floor, but it was in perfect condition once it was removed from the rubble. So the safe actually was brought back into the reconstructed building. This Pacific Biological Laboratories that you're seeing right now was the rebuilt version of the building that was built in 1937. And the safe was on the 2nd floor. Recently, the safe has been brought back here. It was in the possession of John Steinbeck originally after Ricketts died. And later, it was purchased and then donated to the city of Monterey to be stored here in laboratories. Okay, now we're in the party room, which is the back room on the second story of Pacific Biological Laboratories. Originally, until 1948, when Ed Ricketts was living here, this was 2 rooms. If you're in the building, you can actually see a very faint scar along the ceiling, which is left over from the partition that separated a very small room over here where Ed Ricketts Jr. had a cot to sleep on, from a slightly larger room where Ed Ricketts Sr. and Toni Jackson lived with her daughter Kay. This room eventually became a party room, and you can see that it's changed a lot since then. For instance, there are a bunch of alcohol bottles on this back wall behind the bar. There were 21 members in the lab group, and if you count them, there are 21 cubby holes, with the idea being that each of the members of the lab group would have their own supply of alcohol, and neither of the two would mix. The person that I'm going to highlight today is a man named Frank Wright. His cubby hole is right here. Frank Wright was the last surviving member of the Pacific Biological Laboratories men's group, and after he died, I actually found his high school diploma from Lowell High School in San Francisco, and I put it in his cubby hole as a little reminder of who used to have his booze there. And he graduated from high school in 1937, a long time ago. He lived to be 97 years old, and until the day he died, he thoroughly enjoyed coming to Pacific Biological Laboratories and sharing it with other people. So how did Frank Wright, along with 20 other guys, end up being the Pacific Biological Laboratories men's group? There are only 2 members of the men's group who actually knew Ed Ricketts. One was Frank Wright. The other was Bruce Arras. Bruce Arras actually dated way before Frank Wright. Bruce Arras was a writer and an artist during the Great Depression that spent a lot of time here in Pacific Biological Laboratories philosophizing with Ricketts and Steinbeck. In fact, Bruce Arras and his wife Jean, along with Ricketts and Steinbeck, drove a car to the Sea of Cortez in 1936 in order to investigate marine life down there. And that was kind of a precursor to the Sea of Cortez expedition. The way that the men's group actually formed is that Harlan Watkins used to actually live here. After Ricketts died, he moved in here, and it was his bachelor pad. Harlan Watkins was an English teacher at Monterey High School, and he wanted to engage his literature students by having them come down here to Pacific Biological and read passages from Cannery Row in the place where it was actually written. It was a very compelling way for him to involve his students in a little bit of local history. However, when Harlan Watkins met the woman of his dreams and decided to get married, his wife refused to live here on Cannery Row, which was, at that time, more of a post-industrial wasteland because the sardine canneries had all closed, and it was a very seedy part of town. So Harlan wanted to still have access to this building, and he was trying to figure out a way in order to do that. Along came Frank Wright. One day, Frank Wright went to a hamburger joint on Webster Street in Monterey, and the place was really crowded. So he sat down at a table, and he started eating his lunch, and another man walked up who turned out to be Harlan Watkins and said, "Hey, the place is crowded. Do you mind if I share your table with you?" And the 2 men started having lunch together. In the course of their conversation, Harlan said, "Oh, you know what, I live in the old Pacific Biological Laboratories on Cannery Row, the place where Ed Ricketts used to live." And Frank Wright said, "Well, that's a huge coincidence because I was in the Army with Ed Ricketts and I knew him quite well during that time that we were in the Army together." And the 2 men started talking about how they could preserve Pacific Biological Laboratories. What they ended up doing was recruiting 19 of their friends. They bought this building, and every Wednesday they would have a dinner party, and then once a month, rather than just having a dinner party for the lab members, they would also invite their wives and girlfriends, and it would be a little bit bigger dinner party. There's one more major claim to fame of the Pacific Biological Laboratories men's group, and that is the Monterey Jazz Festival. One of the common interests that the men in the Pacific Biological Laboratories men's group shared was an interest in jazz music. In fact, one of them was a personal friend of Jimmy Lyons, who was a DJ up in San Francisco, who was well connected in the jazz community. And they all decided that wouldn't it be a cool thing to have a jazz festival right here in Monterey, California. In 1958, the original Monterey Jazz Festival had its debut on September 17th, 18th, and 19th of 1958, and the people who played are noteworthy, even if you're not a jazz fan. I'm just going to read you a few of these names. Louis Armstrong, Miles Davis, Rex Stewart, Dizzy Gillespie, Duke Ellington, Clark Terry, Charlie Mingus, Henry Red Allen, Harry James, Mary Lou Williams, Earl Father Hines. So those are all the luminaries of the jazz community that were first recruited to the Monterey Jazz Festival. Although she's not on the original poster, Billie Holiday also made an appearance at that inaugural jazz festival. The people in the men's group all had their own special talents. One of the contingents of that men's group were 3 artists who are all world famous. This poster was actually drawn by Eldon Dedini, one of 3 cartoonists who were in the men's group, the Pacific Biological Laboratories men's group. This is also an Eldon Dedini picture. This celebrated the New Year's Eve party that the men's group had here on New Year's Eve in 1958 that was turning into 1959. You might notice that Eldon Dedini's work is very recognizable. Eldon Dedini was actually Hugh Hefner's favorite cartoonist for Playboy magazine. And although this woman isn't wearing very much, what she is wearing says Pacific Biological Laboratories on it. So in addition to Eldon Dedini, who is one of the 3 famous cartoonists in the Pacific Biological Laboratories men's group, there is also Gus Arriola, who was the cartoonist who did Gordo, which was my personal favorite cartoon when I was growing up, and Hank Ketchum. Hank Ketchum was the artist who did Dennis the Menace, which is still in syndication today. All 3 of these guys have passed away years ago, but all of their work lives on. Gus Arriola had a very respectful insight into Hispanic culture, and Gordo, his cartoon strip, was not only humorous, it was also able to teach you a little bit. For instance, every time he used a Spanish word, there'd be an asterisk, and he would tell you what that Spanish word meant. So as a young child growing up, I was entertained by the cartoon, but I was also learning a lot in the process.
Thank you. Happens to the best of us still. So You're welcome to use the chat box to note any questions for Susan. She just stepped away for a moment. However, when she returns, she'll be glad to also accept any verbal comments. If you don't have any questions now, then we will be back here at noon for Tim Thomas's Cannery Row. However, if you do have some questions, feel free to hold on a moment and Susan will be here. And thank you for joining us this morning. As Susan mentioned, there is a variety of readers on the Monterey Public Library YouTube channel that have read Cannery Row in various spots. And it's really something worth checking out if you have a moment. And then this afternoon, it will actually be this same Zoom link at 1:30, where we will be convening again for more panelists. So we'll just wait. The recording of the tour, great question. So on the Monterey Public Library's website.
Sorry, I couldn't open it, Francesca, for a minute. I got cut off for some reason.
Okay,
So
good.
I'm happy to answer questions now.
Perfect. Yes, I was trying to hold out until you return. I will answer one question that somebody asked about where they'll find the recording of this tour. So it will be posted to the Monterey Public Library's website and also the City of Monterey's YouTube channel. If you want to see any of the previous recordings, past celebration that started in September, when you go to the Monterey Public Library's webpage and you click on events, you'll see Cannery Row Days here. And then if you scroll down, you'll see all of the events and where the videos are linked. And then down here, there will be a video here of today and Susan's discussion after this, and then also of the virtual tour as well. Okay, so questions for Susan now, please.
Let me just add that the reason we couldn't do the Monterey Bay Aquarium is that it was not open. So that's why we had to cancel that. But this is a fluid time, so thank you for your patience and, so. Does anyone have any questions? Is there something in the chat?
There's not right now.
Okay. Ricketts was an amazing figure. And I just think a virtual tour, I suppose, captures some of the lab's allure. But I think when we go to places where people actually were, where Ricketts lived, where Steinbeck visited, where there were so many friends, it was really a kind of, as I said, a mecca for so many artists and writers in the community. And you really get a sense of history coming alive when you visit those places. I think that's true of certainly Ricketts' lab, of Steinbeck's house in Salinas. You feel like, wow, he was here in these rooms. So, when that opens, when the lab opens again, I hope you'll all come and visit alive and see the spot. Okay. Any questions about anything Steinbeck and Ricketts associated? And I do hope you look at some of the readings of Cannery Row, maybe in the hour intervening. I'm going to play some music, but the readings are fun. You can click on various chapters, or Jimmy Panetta's introduction is great, as I said. So that's a way to fill this hour as well. Question?
One quick question. I am always amazed that this little bitty building still exists. Mm-hmm. Monterey is now such a high rent district. And I mean, would it mainly be the men's club that you would credit with holding on to that?
Well, I think we have to credit two entities. Yes, the men's club, they bought it in the mid 50s and they kept it alive. So, there were pretty prominent local members of the men's club. I mean, Frank Wright was the last one, but there were many others who were really important people in the community, including like Frank Ketchum. He's a major cartoonist, and so, and business people, and they were really devoted to saving the building. So they sold it to the city of Monterey in the mid 90s for, you know, really a song or something. So, and of course, you know, that property could be hotels or whatever else. And so the city of Monterey has done a heroic job in preserving the lab. They have upgraded it. They put in some fire retardant systems. There needs to be more work done, but just they've really been dedicated to saving that building. And so I think the city of Monterey for the last 25 years has done an amazing job to make sure that building survives. The tours have all been free that they've offered to the public. The Cannery Row Foundation has also done tours, as you saw here. So they charge $10, but they do you know, more historical work, and that helps support the Cannery Row Foundation. So I think a lot of people in the community have just been really devoted to preserving that building and the legacy of Ricketts. And his legacy kind of grows as environmental issues become more prominent, as his focus on communities, his, you know, really his ecological holism, as all that becomes more and more frequently discussed, he's seen as an early environmentalist. By the way, I have a couple of books people might be interested in. This is Nancy Ricketts' memoir, published in Sitka. So I have copies of that. And it's a lovely account of her growing up here in the region and her father. And here is another book collection by Jan Straley. It's one of Ricketts' most powerful essays. And then other people talking about Ricketts. So I have both of these books if you want copies. Both are available only in Sitka, so boxes were sent down to me. You can send me an email at my San Jose State address, which is susan.schillinglaw.sjsu.edu, if you want copies. And Western Flyer has done a coloring book of the Sea of Cortez. So I'm a bookseller temporarily. If we were in the lab, we would be selling books. So any other questions?
People are welcome to unmute themselves, or you can raise your hand if you want to. We are looking at those who have your cameras on, or to raise your Zoom hand, you click the participant symbol, and then you'll see a blue Zoom hand at the bottom of the participant names. And of course, you can use the chat box. There was a comment from a participant that said, "Thank you. This was very interesting, and I look forward to taking the tour in person one of these days."
Yes, it's wonderful in person, definitely. I also recommend a book by a man named Michael Lanou, who wrote a book about the sort of the birth of environmentalism in the 20th century. And it's called, I never remember which is first, but Leopold's Hut and Ricketts Lab. And it's about Aldo Leopold and Ed Ricketts and their pioneers, ecologists. It's a very interesting book. I'm an English professor. I'm always trying to throw out book recommendations to everybody. Read. So, okay. Well, if there are no questions or comments, let's see, how many guests a year the lab has recently, and is there an increase as ecology has become important? That's a really interesting question. I think that probably the number of visitors has remained fairly steady since the lab opened. There is a cap on the number that can be in the building. So tours are about 20 people. And I think it's been relatively steady. It's open on Saturdays usually. And so sometimes people want to see it during the week when it's not open. And of course, during COVID, it's been closed for the past 7 months. But I think what there are is a lot more publications about Ricketts. Here's another one, Journal of the Southwest just did this publication on Ricketts and Steinbeck with lots of essays on Ricketts. So I think that there is increasing interest in his ecological stance. Any other questions? Okay, I'm going to play you some music. Steinbeck wrote a sequel to Cannery Row, which is called Sweet Thursday. It's probably one of the only books in the 20th century that was written with a musical in mind. Rodgers and Hammerstein were interested in the material, the Cannery Row material, and wanted to create a musical of the material. And so they wanted Steinbeck to write a libretto. And he said, I can't write a libretto, but I'll write a sequel, I'll write a novel. So Sweet Thursday is a very frothy novel. What he wanted was to give Ricketts a happy ending. Because of course, Cannery Row is really about life itself. It's about Ricketts' ideal of non-teleological thinking. This simply is what life is like, about connections, about various people who occupy the denizens of Cannery Row. But Sweet Thursday is just a lark. It's got different characters. It ends with a masquerade party. It's got a love interest for Ricketts, because Ricketts was kind of a lonely man, and so suddenly he has a love interest. So the music kind of reflects that. It was one of Rodgers and Hammerstein's only flops on Broadway. It wasn't very successful. They had an opera singer as the madam, so she was not quite right for the part. Steinbeck said they tried to turn the prostitutes into visiting nurses. So that it wasn't very effective. They didn't know how to handle that, that part of it. And it just didn't come together. But the music is fun. And I especially like this Tide Pool song, which is the third one in. And I think Susie's Lament, Susie is the name of the girl who comes to work in the brothel, but is attracted to Ed Ricketts, and Ricketts is attracted to her. So Susie's Lament is also poignant. So we'll pay that until the next tour with Tim, which starts at noon. And so you can listen to the music, or you can listen to the reading of Cannery Row. And I recommend those. Oh, I love to have somebody from Indiana. That's wonderful that you joined. So it's really nice to have people across the country. That makes me think that the community that this novel creates goes well beyond Cannery Row. So here is Pipe Dream. So I will play it in a second. Okay. Sardines and divers, and then anybody I know, you can ask him anything. So he's terrific. So I know you're going to enjoy this tour. It is how long, Francesca?
It's just about 45 minutes.
45 minutes. And Tim will be joining us after that to answer any questions you have about Cannery Row, the fisheries, abalone, divers. He's just a fount of wisdom on all those subjects. So I hope you enjoy Tim's tour of Cannery Row. I do want to say a word out to the videographer, Eric, who works for the Monterey Public Library. He was terrific. He asked us both to wear masks, and I really respected him for that. He said, I want to abide by the city of Monterey's guidelines for protecting all of us in this pandemic. So we both wore masks during the tours. So thank you, Eric. And his last name is Eric. I'm sorry, Francesca.
Palmer. So he works for the city manager's office, yes, and does a lot of the media for the city of Monterey.
So he did a great job inserting all those pictures in the lab tour. So thank you, Eric, for doing that. He did a great job. Okay, with that, Francesca will start the Cannery Row tour. So enjoy, and I'll be back with Tim afterwards.
All right, so welcome to Cannery Row. This is going to be our virtual Cannery Row walking tour. And this tour really kind of a cultural history of Monterey. Everybody is connected to the Monterey Bay, and everybody relied on that bay one way or another to survive here. And the one constant from every ethnic group that came to Monterey is they all said how much this place looked like home. They all said it. And we can trace the native culture into the Monterey area about 10,000 years. You can think about what Monterey may have looked like 1,000 years ago, or even just 500 years ago. There were lots of lakes, lots of fresh water, at least enough to sustain that population, so it was never that big. huge herds of deer and elk and tule elk and grizzly bear. I have read accounts of early explorers come into the Monterey area, especially in the fall months, talking about bird life. So many birds, they said, you couldn't see the surface of the lake. Said the ducks would darken the sky. Look onto that bay out there. You so filled with seals and sea lions and Steller sea lions and sea otters. You actually thought the bay was paved. You go into the diaries, the Monterey Bay is like a brown cobblestone. Certain times of the year, waves would crash with these pouring fish onto the beach. That's how abundant it was out there, which tells me there was never any real time of hunger for the Rumsian people. They go out into the bay in these beautiful boats out of tules. And tules, big tall grasses, those reeds, grows all along the wetlands. And they'll fish, everything goes out there. They'll make these little fish hooks out of abalone or mussel shell, make the fishing line out of steam nettle plant, use traps, baskets, spears, and nets. And what I personally think is the absolutely coolest thing in the entire world is they were the first divers going into that bay. The Monterey Bay today is the dive capital of the world, am I right? You take a walk along the waterfront, especially on the weekends, down there by the Coast Guard Pier, that place would be filled with rubber people. But the Rumsian people were the first divers going to that bay, and we know that because the burials come out of the ground in recent years. You cannot build a house along this Monterey waterfront without running across a Rumsian burial or two. The males have what's known as surfer's ear, which is a little bony growth that goes over the opening of your ear if you're spending a lot of time in the cold water like the Monterey Bay, which actually makes a lot of sense, don't you think? You see an abalone this big, you're going to dive down there and get it. An abalone played a very important part of their life. They ate it. They used the shells to make tools like fish hooks and shovels and bowls. They used the shells to decorate baskets, to make jewelry, and they traded it for other California, for other things they couldn't get here in Monterey, in particular obsidian, which is a volcanic rock, which is used to make arrow points and spear points. And perhaps some of you have seen that old Kevin Costner movie called Dances with Wolves. If you remember that film, and it comes on cable TV all the time, so it's hard to miss. If you watch that film closely, because that's about Indians in South Dakota, if you watch the film closely, you'll notice all the abalone and the clothing and the regalia that they're wearing. Well, as far as I know, there is no abalone in South Dakota. It's got to get there some way, right? It's going on these trade routes. A lot of it, most of it, starts right here in Monterey. Monterey literally was the abalone capital of the world at one time. And they can trace Monterey red abalone into midden sites as far back as Minnesota. And here is the best part, is the word abalone, which really is universal, used all over the world today, come from the Rumsian people. They had a word for the red abalone, which is the predominant abalone in that bay out there, and the largest of the abalone. That word is aloon. Aloon, and linguists have traced that word abalone all the way back to that word aloon that starts right here in Monterey. So if you're a Rumsian fisherman, you want to go out in that bay for aloon and else out there, well, you want it to be a beautiful day, right? Well, as you can see, it isn't always like that here in Monterey, especially in the summer. We get a lot of thick gray fog. So the Rumsian people actually had a song that they would sing to get rid of the fog. Now, I'm not going to sing it for you, but knowing we're going to do this special tour today, I got into my time machine this morning. I went back in time and I recorded them singing that song. And what that song is saying is telling fog to go home beyond the bay out there, because Puck is out there and he is beating your wife. He's flying through the fog. All right, so you all know where Monterey gets its name. So in 1565, a guy by the name of Sebastian Vizcaíno was on a mission from Spain to sail along the California coast to find safe ports for the big galleon turning from the Philippines. If you know that little galleon trade story, in 1565, Spain finds a route that takes them across the Pacific from Mexico that runs right in the middle of Manila Bay. And they got to Manila. Manila was like this gigantic Walmart. Had all this really cool stuff. Stuff from Japan, and stuff from China, and stuff from the Spice Islands, stuff those guys really wanted to have. And they had all the silver and gold from Mexico that those guys wanted to have. So they began trading. But they had to find a way to come home, because you couldn't come back the same way you came, because you're finding these currents. Eventually, it took them a couple of years, but eventually found this route that pushed them across the North Pacific. It was actually a series of currents that pushed them all the way across The Chinese called that the black tide, or the big drain. Comes out somewhere near Cape Mendocino in Northern California, was then turned right, set on the California coast, and eventually got back to Mexico. Well, this trip could be very dangerous. It could take weeks, sometimes take months. There's storms, there's diseases, there's scurvy, and scurvy was an awful thing. So you had to find these safe ports to stop and make repairs and take on fresh supplies and fresh water, and just rest. That was Vizcaino's job. So he was out there with such a ship called a caravel, little galleon, designed just to sail along coastline. He sailed along this California coast, comes into this harbor in December of 1602. Had an absolutely beautiful day. You heard and missed this place all together. Those Rumsfeld folks are singing that song that day. He's camped up on the hill above the Monterey Wharf that we call the Presidio Hill. Spent a couple of weeks here. Loved this place. And he names it after his sponsor, the Count de Monterey, which I thought pretty smart on his part. Because any newly discovered land was supposed to be named after a saint, right? San Diego. But no, he named it the guy that was paying his bill. This guy wanted to settle Monterey then, wanted to be named governor. But Spain had some other issues. They had some war issues and they had some financial issues, so they back off. In fact, it takes them close to 170 years to get back here. But imagine, those Rumsfeld families, and you wake up one morning, walk out of a little Thule house, look out of this bay out there, and you see some ships the size of a whale? It would be like having a UFO landing in your backyard. So in 1926, he came down here and bought this piece of property right here. He bought the property, paid $5,000 for it, and went 50 feet this way and 50 feet this way. And then he jacked up the house, and he immediately sold 25 feet of property to Del Mar County here next door to him for $5,000. Probably the best business deal that Ricketts ever did. But he mainly bought this property, partly because of the location, but he mainly bought the property because of these tanks you see right here. These tanks were already here. So the family owned this property, or actually lived in this property before Ricketts, was the Rodriguez family. And they actually had a small sardine operation down here called Esperanza Cannery. And they were actually salting sardines in these big vats right here. That's what they would do, and they put them in barrels. And then they would sell them to grocery stores and hotels. In those days, you'd go to a bar, and you oftentimes you'd get a salted sardine kind of thing, and that was the business that they were in. The perfect place for Ricketts to store his specimens. Although I can't prove it, but I'm sure that Ricketts actually, when the Rodriguez family ran their salting business, these vats are big open vats. I'm sure Ricketts came in and sort of parceled out like you see it in little separate boxes to keep his specimen there. And I understand he would fill these things up with formaldehyde. It was in here right here. So in 1936, on Thanksgiving Day, actually there was a fire in this building. It was a fire that was caused by a power surge from the power line that caught the Del Mar Cannery on fire. It burned the cannery down and then burned Ricketts' lab down. He did save his car, that was about it, and also there was a safe in the building, and that was saved. And the story goes that after the fire, and he opened the safe, there was a can of sardines in there and a half-eaten liverwurst sandwich. I don't know if that's true or not, but I like that story anyway. So he didn't have a lot of money, but he was lucky. He had good friends. He was able to borrow money. He got some money from the Yee family, and he was able to build what you see here today. So, of course, here we are at the Monterey Bay Aquarium. That's the site of the whole Hovden sardine cannery. Hovden is the largest of the sardine canneries and the longest operating of the canneries. Hovden actually opened his doors here in 1916 and closed as a cannery in 1973. Now, Mr. Hovden was kind of an interesting guy. He was Norwegian, and we were always told that he came to the United States because he had health issues. I had the privilege of meeting his nephew and niece a few years ago, And I asked about that, and they told me that's not exactly correct. It turns out that Mr. Hogden, when he was a young man, he got a job working at a cannery in a town called Ailsa, Norway. He was working in the smoking herrings. That's what they did there. In the smoke herrings, you have to put them on these big racks, and you build a little fire that creates the smoke. And he was in charge of that particular department. Well, one night that cannery caught on fire, burned the cannery down, then proceeded to burn the entire town down, about 850 homes. The fire department determined that the fire started at Hogden Station. Within 2 weeks, he was shipped to the United States. Ended up in California, ended up actually near Oakland, where he met a guy named Frank Booth. Frank Booth was in the Southers up along the Sacramento River, and had just opened a small cannery down here in Monterey, and hired Mr. Hogden to come down and manage that cannery. In those early days, everything was pretty much done by hand. The boats would come in, they'd pull the fish off these boats with big baskets, they'd bring up onto outside on these big racks, lay the fish down to dry, and they'll walk them into the cannery to the point where they're actually hand soldering every can. It was a very slow process. So Hogden actually introduced a lot of new technology. He introduced this idea of commercial dryers and sealing machines. One of the things he tries with, it doesn't work out quite so well, but one of my favorite things is he had this idea of putting floating pens out in the harbor right near the Booth Cannery, right next to the Monterey Wharf there. And so the idea being the fishermen go up these floating pens, drop their catch, and then the fish would stay alive. Fresh fish when you ever needed it. Well, imagine all those seals and sea lions and cellar sea lions, all right, free lunch. It also lasted about a season. So in 1916, Hogden breaks away from Booth, primarily because the war is going on in Europe, and he knew there was money to be made here. And he was really interested in getting into this idea of reduction, or taking the head, tail, and oftentimes the whole fish, and grinding up for other products, NLP fertilizer, that kind of thing. That's where the real money was in this industry. But Booth was very leery of this. He was concerned that it was just too darn easy and deplete the fishery too quickly. But Hogden was gung-ho, comes down here, borrows some money from a guy named T.A. Work, who was a local banker, a businessman, who invested in all these canneries, and builds this cannery right here. And it opened in 1916. And originally, in the early days of these sardine canneries, all these fish were cooked in hot oil, peanut oil, olive oil. It's called the French method. It's where French fries come from, right? So imagine all that hot bubbling oil, all this powdered fish bone from the fish meal flying through this cannery. The two didn't necessarily mix. And in August 1929, there's a fire in this cannery, burns the cannery down. And so when he rebuilds the cannery, Hogden brings in these boilers, begins to use steam as his process. Now, you cook the sardine with the steamer and all the machinery in the cannery. Eventually, all the canneries go to the steam process. It's faster, cleaner, a better taste to the fish. Now, working these canneries, it was loud, it was wet, it was cold. I have talked to people working these canneries who oftentimes would be standing in a foot of water. They all had whistles. Each one had its own special tone or signal. In fact, there were different signals depending what your job was in the cannery. And so as soon as you heard your whistle, you drop whatever you're doing, and usually you'd be sleeping. And if you had small children, hope you had an elderly parent or a neighbor that didn't work in a cannery. Otherwise, the kids would fend for themselves. There was a time during the Depression, there was such a demand for this product that the city of Monterey and the cannery owners all worked together, and they actually put a daycare center right up the street here, which was actually pretty progressive thinking. And you come down the street, you work 10, 12, 15 hours a day, 6 days a week. You did not go home till you put all that fish up, because there was no refrigeration in any of these canneries until 1950. Now, prior to World War II, you would never see a woman working those canning, or never see a man working those canning lines. At the height of the Depression, if there weren't enough women to work those lines, they shut them down. Even if there were men out there in the street, they'd all go in there and do that. That was considered to be women's work. So before this was a aquarium, before this was even a sardine cannery, there once was a very large Chinese fishing village on this very site. The Chinese had arrived here in Monterey in the early 1850s. Actually, it was 3 families sailed across the North Pacific in 3 small 30-foot junks. Those series of currents that pushed them all the way across. The Chinese call that the black tide, the big drain, comes out southern the Cape May Sea in Northern California, turned right and sit on the California coast, actually overshot Monterey into Mexico, had to turn around and fight these currents back. We finally landed out there at Point Lobos. They were taken in by a Rumsfeld village that was out there and nursed them back to health. When they got healthy, they got in the bay out there and they said, hey, nobody's fishing out there. And the reason nobody's fishing out there, because at that time there was no way to get fresh fish to the big market in San Francisco, because the railroad hadn't arrived here yet. The Chinese understood the technology of drying their fish, and that is really a big deal. They dry all their catch, and once a month or so, this big Chinese junker comes down from San Francisco, pick up all this dried fish, ship back to China, ship to other Chinese camps along the west coast here, but they were also selling fresh fish to local citizens here in Monterey, so they actually brought an economy here. The next year, another wave came settled on this very site, eventually becoming the largest Chinese fishing village on the west coast. By the way, the name of that village is Point Alones. Point Alones, actually, if you look at the 19th century map of Monterey, the Point Alones actually is right there where the deck of the aquarium is. What's important about this is the Chinese were really the first to show us what was out there, how to utilize that bay out there. What's really important about this, as far as we know, Monterey is the only place where the Chinese brought their families with them. All the other Chinese coming to California mid-19th century, mostly single men, coming to work in the railroads, coming to work in the gold fields. These guys came here to fish, and they came here like they knew what was here. So here we are at the Wing Chong market. Wing Chong, I've been told, in Chinese and Cantonese, essentially means beautiful, prosperous. Wing Chong is owned by a guy named Wan Yi. Wan Yi immigrated to Monterey about 1919. He opened this little general store right here that caters mainly to cannery workers. You name it, he sold it in there, including rubber boots and rubber aprons. Also, a rooming house upstairs that also catered mainly to those cannery workers. You know, he does pretty well in this business, but he really makes his big money in the squid business. The Chinese had learned years before that squid are nocturnal. One little picture on the side of the boat, it just attracts them to the surface. They scoop up these big baskets and bring them on the beach over here to dry. Well, in 1874, let's see if I can do this correctly. In 1874, this key right here, this very key, changes the history of Monterey forever. This is a switch lock key for the Southern Pacific Railroad. This is the key that opens the lock, that pushes the track, that brings the train into Monterey. Now you got a railroad, now you got a way to get fresh fish to big markets like San Francisco, now you got other folks coming to fish in Monterey. In particular, the Italian, not the Sicilians yet, but the Genovese, coming across the bay from Santa Cruz, coming down from San Francisco, to fish primarily for rockfish. The Chinese don't want to compete with these guys, said, well, hey, we'll just fish for squid at night because nobody wanted squid then. Squid was considered to be a junk fish. So while all the Italians are home sleeping, the Chinese are out fishing for squid. Around the turn of the 20th century, the city of Monterey banned the drying of squid within the city limits. You ever smell dried squid, you would actually kind of understand why they did that. So they moved all the squid drying grounds out on the thinnest highway, these fields across the airport that we now call Tarpey Flats. And at one time there were 3 large Chinese squid drying grounds out there. Wan Yi had the largest of those squid drying grounds. He buys the squid from the fisherman, trucks it out to his grounds, he'll dip it in brine, lay on the ground to dry for 10 or 12 days. If we need a job in those days, we can go to work for Wan Yi. He'll pay us 25 cents an hour to rake up squid. These big high piles, and people in Monterey used to refer to that as Squid Mountain, also known as Heliotrope Hill because of the purple color, also known as Halitosis Hill because of the smell of the dried squid. Then he was taking all that dried squid and he was punching it down into these big burlap sacks, and they're shipping it into Asia, into China, to Japan, to Hong Kong. To give you an idea of how well he was doing in the dried squid business, in 1930, during the Depression, Wan Yi was making well over $30,000 a year in the dried squid business. And the name of the dried squid business was Wing Chong. So it definitely was beautiful, prosperous for Mr. Yi. Let's take a look at the ground down here. If you look closely at this, you can see how dark it is. It's full of abalone shell throughout this. This is called midden soil. This shows us human use of this land here for thousands of years, all right there. I like to point out the mural too, the beautiful Bruce Ayres mural you see right here. I love this. It was actually done in the 1980s as part of a big mural project they had down here on Cannery Row. But what I love about this is it's actually fairly accurate. That during the Depression, it was not uncommon for folks to live in old boilers like this. There is the Wing Chun Market right there. You can see the Lone Star, which was right where the Mackerel Jacks building is right there. Of course, the Lone Star was a famous brothel run by a woman named Flora Woods. But what I really like is this, the Blue Diner, that was parked right about where we are right now. And the Blue Diner, again, catered many of these cannery workers, and they had hamburgers and sandwiches and stuff. But you know, a lot of these canneries actually had cafeterias in them. Well, what do you think they served in there? Sardines, right? You can them all day, you get them for lunch too, forget it. You go down to the Blue Diner and get a sandwich or a hamburger or something. So the Monterey sardine fishery was one time the largest fishery of single fish in the history of the United States. They took an average of 235,000 tons of this guy out of the Monterey Bay every year between 1915 and 1950. Big, big fishery. But the truth is, the Monterey sardine was never at any time a popular fish to eat. People thought it was too oily. So at the turn of the 20th century, all the way up into the Depression, people in the United States ate sardines almost on a daily basis. Kind of like we would eat potato chips or crackers today, people ate sardines. But the sardines that people ate were those little guys, those guys coming from the North Atlantic, coming from Europe. They loved those little guys. And in fact, sardine really is kind of a generic word for small silver fish. What they catch in California along the west coast are all the way up to the Pacific Northwest, all the way down into South America. There's this guy known as a pilchard. They used to refer to it as the true sardine, which I actually think was kind of a marketing thing. They did that. But people in the United States used to love those little sardines. But what happens, how does this become such a large fishery? Well, it wasn't sardines that puts Monterey on the map, actually. It's salmon that puts Monterey on the map. Salmon was king in Monterey between 1895 and 1915. It was Japanese fishermen that were doing it. To give you an idea of how large it really was, that particular fishery, in 1909, the end of that 1909 salmon season, the Monterey Daily Cypress, which was a local newspaper then, reported at the end of that 1909 salmon season, there were 185 salmon working in Monterey Bay. 145 of them were Japanese-owned, catching an average of 1 million pounds of king salmon in 3 months. 1 million! The 1909 salmon season, they caught 1,500,000 pounds worth of king salmon in that bay out there. In 1910, they caught almost 2 million pounds of king salmon in that bay out there. So how is it with all that salmon, that 1 million pounds being caught in 3 months, to this guy becoming the largest fishery of single fish in the history of the United States? Well, all that salmon, about 90% of it, was going to Europe, going mainly to Germany. And all the sardines in this country then, coming from Europe, coming primarily from France. France was a big sardine producer at the turn of the 20th century. What happens in the world in 1914? World War I. Because of all that salmon going to Europe, all those sardines coming from Europe, and they just switch into heavily fished sardine along the west coast here. There were sardine canneries in New York State and Maine. Those guys couldn't fish because there were German submarines out in the Atlantic. So they began to sell these guys throughout the west coast, but the truth is, it never was very popular. Only during those first World War I years were they really were selling a lot of that canned product. The real money was always in the reduction process. They learned this quickly. At the end of the war, when the war in World War I and the Atlantic markets began to reopen, and those little sardines began to hit the markets in the United States, people stopped buying the California sardine. So they're looking for all kinds of ways to market these fish. When they first began to can these, Mr. Booth said, no, I'm going to buy these as sardines. They're just too darn big. So they actually initially marketed these fish to the African American communities as salmon sardines, and marketed to the Jewish communities as herring sardines. They tried a variety of things. They used to produce these beautiful recipe books that they would go down to the cannery, they'd give you one, or they would mail you one, or if you, in those days, you bought canned products, you usually bought them by the case, and put a recipe book in the case. There's all these great recipes for sardine sandwiches and sardine salads and sardine rarebits. My favorite, though, was the sardine jello salad, made with lime jello, chili sauce, Monterey sardines, which I've actually made a few times. Not that bad. So they were trying all kinds of things. But they learned that the real money was really in the products where they take the fish, take the heads, tails, and offal, oftentimes the whole fish, and grinding up for other products, animal fertilizer, that kind of thing. So next time you all go to the market and you buy a chicken, you can thank this guy right here for that chicken. Because prior to 1920, the chicken industry in California was not doing very well. People didn't eat chicken like we do today. It was kind of expensive. They began to produce this cheap chicken feed out of the head, tails, and offal, the Monterey sardine. The chickens loved it, thrived on it. More and more chickens are being produced. The price of chicken went down. People began to buy chicken. My friend Bill Ripley, who was a retired biologist, used to say, a Foster Farm chicken owes its life to the Monterey sardine. So once these canneries started to develop after 1915, because of World War I, there were plans all drawn up to build canneries all along the Monterey waterfront, starting about where Wharf Number 2 is, all along that waterfront. Well, there were folks at the Hotel Del Monte, which was a big fancy hotel here in Monterey. They were very unhappy with the idea. They were convinced that if you had sardine canneries along the waterfront, then the tourists wouldn't come to Monterey. So the Hotel Del Monte actually had a lot of power here in Monterey. So they went to the city of Monterey and said, no, you can't build these canneries here. Well, the city of Monterey said, wait a minute, there's money to be made here. So they said, all you sardine processors, you go way down there to Ocean View Avenue where nobody goes. And this is how Cannery Row becomes Cannery Row. And Mr. Booth, whose cannery actually already was down there, where near the Monterey Wharf, could stay where he was. So he actually, the Booth cannery actually is the only cannery that was actually in Monterey proper. And this is how Cannery Row becomes Cannery Row. The street officially becomes Cannery Row in 1958 when the city of Monterey changed its name from Ocean View Avenue. But people always referred to this as Cannery Row. In fact, the earliest reference I've ever seen to this street being called Cannery Row appears in a local newspaper in 1919. Unfortunately, we don't know who that writer was that coined that phrase, because in those days, those writers just didn't get bylines in those days. So working in these canneries, as I mentioned earlier, was a very difficult work, hard, labor-intensive. These little houses you see here, at one time there were a number of little houses that stretched all the way from here, Cannery Row, all the way down to the Monterey Wharf. And mostly single men live in these houses, sometimes 4 or 5 men at a time live in these houses here. The city actually moved these here from another area of Cannery Row, and they're set to represent different cultural groups. So the Japanese, who were here very early in the canneries, Japanese who were coming in and worked doing a lot of the removing of the heads and tails and that kind of thing. It was all done by hand. It took certain skill to do that kind of thing. And Spanish workers also came in early. Spanish workers initially coming to Cannery Row via Hawaii. A lot of the Spanish workers were recruited from Spain, also from Portugal, to go work in the sugarcane fields of Hawaii, and then many of them ventured across the Pacific to California, ended up working in these canneries here. And then the Filipino community that actually came in after 1920 to work in these canneries. And the Filipino community came here as a result of a fish cutter strike on the Cannery Row that happened in the fall of 1920. In the fish cutter strike, there was no union in any of these canneries until 1938. And so at that time, none of the canneries, there was no pay consistency within the canneries. The working conditions were all poor. And there was one way how the cannery owners actually controlled their workers, actually. But the higher end job in the canneries in the early days, again, was the fish cutters, because that was really labor intensive. And you had to have a lot of skill. And you would they paid you by the piece. That's how you got paid usually. And in those days, you paid you by how you filled up your buckets. So in 1920, you're maybe making 10 cents a bucket for all that from removing heads and tails. So you were paid by the piece, and you fill your bucket, you get your pay. And so there was no pay consistency. So one cannery would pay 10 cents a bucket, another cannery would pay 12 cents a bucket. So a guy could pay, how come my friend Hayato down there at Holden's cannery is making 12 cents and I'm only making 10 cents? The cannery owner said, well, that's just too darn bad. Well, the cannery fish cutters said, the heck with you, and all went on strike and literally shut down the street for about a week. And it wasn't just Japanese workers who were doing this. There were Mexican workers, there were Chinese workers. They all had those kind of skills to do that. But it was still referred to as the Japanese fish cutter strike of 1920. And so the cannery owners said, we'll just hire other folks to do it. Initially, their plan was to hire housewives. So they put ads in the local newspaper because they figured housewives who worked in kitchens, who cut up fish and other things for their family's meals, they could come in and cut fish in these canneries. Well, not quite the same thing. That didn't work out quite too well. So they weren't getting these cutters they needed to have in the cannery. So finally, after about a week of this, the cannery owners went to the Japanese fishermen and said, unless you guys stop this strike, we're not going to buy any fish from you. So the fishermen who wanted to feed their families went to those fish cutters and said, listen, you got to stop this. We'll work it out later, but we got to stop this right now. And so they did. They eventually shut the strike down, but the result of all of this was that the Japanese fish cutters, any actually Japanese worker in the sardine canneries for 1920-21 sardine season were not allowed to come in and work in any of these canneries for those 2 seasons. And the result of that was they brought in Filipino workers to replace them who also had those skills, and that's how those guys started to come work in these canneries. All right. We must now pretend that we are cans of sardines. We're now standing on what is one of the last of the original crossovers. So in the sardine world, the canneries are on the water side and the warehouses are on this side, and, on the warehouse across the street. And what we're doing across the middle of this room is a 2-tiered conveyor belt system. And the empty cans that come across the lower side of that conveyor belt into the cannery, and the full cans go on the upper side of that conveyor belt into the warehouse right there. This is Maccabee Beach. In the 19th century, part of the 20th century, belonged to a guy named Maccabee. And he had these little concessions and little beach houses and things like that. And people from the Central Valley of California, Modesto and Fresno, in the summer months particularly, come to Monterey to get out of high heat. And they'd spend their summers down here. In fact, they used to say that it was good for your health to sleep in the fall. And so around that same time, the Chinese fishing village, where Hopkins is, Aquarium is today, at that point, that piece of property where the Chinese village was belonged to the land arm of the Southern Pacific Railroad, the Pacific Improvement Company. They had big plans. They wanted to put big fancy mansions down there, a bathhouse, a swimming pool. The Chinese had a really good lease. They weren't going. They offered them property all over the Monterey Peninsula. They said, no, we're not leaving. Why should we go? They weren't going. April of 1906, there was a massive earthquake and fire in San Francisco that displaced everybody that lived there, including the Chinese community. Where are they going to go? They came here to Monterey, to the village down here, because they had family living here. Not only they're not only not leaving that village is getting bigger. Almost a month the day of the earthquake in San Francisco, on May 16, 1906, there's a fire in that village. Burns about a third of it down. Nobody dies in it, but they get the message. It still took about a year to get them off that property. But when they did, a small group of them came right down here and leased this piece of property from Mr. Maccabee and built a small fishing village on this very site. And this village actually was here into the 1920s. All right. And what made that village unique, it was really a family-oriented village, and that was here. Right. In mid-1890s, a guy by the name of Otto Sabaru Noda immigrated to Monterey, Japanese immigrant who got a job working for the Southern Pacific Railroad, got a job working kind of as a lumberjack. He was up in a tree one day near the Monterey Wharf, looked down into the harbor, and saw all of this abalone down there. In fact, so much abalone, he actually described it in a letter as being a carpet of abalone, and nobody doing with it. And the reason nobody doing anything with it, because nobody knew what the heck you're supposed to do with it. Next to killing abalone properly is kind of like eating a rubber boot. Japanese, who've dealt with abalone for centuries, they knew what to do with it. So notice on right further back the government of Japan said, hey, all this abalone here, nobody wants it. The government of Japan sends a guy by the name of Jinosuke Kagane, who was in the abalone business in the Chiba prefecture of Japan. He comes over and goes, oh, that's great. Look at these abalone. They're not only a lot of them, they're big. He sends out to Japan for abalone divers known as ama, or free divers. In between that time, Noda comes right down here and leases this very piece of property right here. Sends back to the Wakayama prefecture of Japan for other kinds of fishermen who came over and set up a Japanese fishing camp on this very site, where they're fishing for salmon and fishing for abalone, all kinds of things. Well, Anna came over that first morning, came into the train station here in Monterey, got picked up, came right down here to Cannery Row, then Ocean View Avenue, right here to Noda's fishing camp, got dressed that first morning in the traditional Ama gear, which really consists of a little white cotton outfit and a pair, I should have pulled these out, I'm sorry. A pair of goggles, like these guys right here, right? And they have pig's bladders on either end of these things. Sorry. But they would squeeze to help release the pressure. Those guys got dressed that first morning, went off the beach down here into the Monterey Bay, jumped into the water. About 10 seconds later, jumped back out and they said, Kadani-san, you didn't tell us how cold that water is. Around that same time, the Japanese are experimenting with the big helmet gear, with the big heavy brass helmets and the big canvas suits, and they sent for helmet divers, being the helmet dive for abalone in the Monterey Bay. But it all starts right here on this very site. Eventually, abalone becomes a huge business in Monterey, all Japanese run. By 1920, there were 9 Japanese abalone companies operating off the Monterey Wharf. In 1929, the California abalone industry brought in almost $1 million in revenue, 75% of it right here in Monterey, all starting right here on this site. But also, 1902, Noda builds a cannery, Monterey Fishing Canning Company, right here. The very first cannery on Cannery Row was right here, Japanese owned. That cannery operated until 1907, when he sold the cannery to the Pacific Fish Company, which was part of the Booth Cannery. The Pacific Fish Company was so proud of their new cannery, but look, they put it in cement down here. But if you look at it closely, you will notice they misspelled it. This box here is a sardine hopper. Hoppers made their appearance in Monterey in 1926, and they were a delivery system, a faster and more convenient way to get the sardines to the cannery. But before these hoppers made their appearance in Monterey, they used the older system, a little bit harder. The smaller boats called Lampara boats, they actually pulled a barge behind them called a lighter. That's where all the fish would go into. So they bring the lighter in closer to the canneries, they drop these buckets down and pull the fish up into the cannery. Those buckets could take about 600 pounds of fish at a time. Those lighters could have up to 60 tons of sardines in them. Going back and forth, you can imagine how long that would take to unload their fish. So when Newt Hovden, of Hovden's Cannery, had seen these kind of hoppers working in the agricultural fields here in California. They're right in the middle of the field. And then the farmers would dump all their apples and nuts and things into the hopper, then they go by conveyor belt into their cannery. He figured, why can't they work out there in the bay? So he had his engineers design these systems that work with a big marine pump, and they're anchored about 500 feet offshore. Boats come up to the hoppers, they drop their catch into the hoppers where they're funneled down to an opening about that big, and they're just sucked into the cannery. These things could take up to 70 tons an hour. The force is so strong it literally would scale the fish as they went through it. Every cannery had at least one. Some of these had 2 of them. And Monterey is the only place in the world where this system was used. No other place used anything like this. And the reason they did it, Monterey is the only place, is because of the design of the Monterey Bay. And we just couldn't get those big sardine boats, those big purse seiners, anywhere near these canneries because they were just too big. And so this was the way to do it. And the old lines for these hoppers are still out there. I know divers like to dive on them, And the aquarium's water system, they actually run their lines right parallel to the lines that ran off the old hopper systems for the Hogan Cannery. Standing on the side of the old warehouse for the Carmel Cannon Company, now a parking lot, and as this, what we call, again, part of the historic footprint to the canneries here. This is an old water tank that you see right here. Of course, steam was the process to cook all those sardines, run all the machinery, and of course water they had to boil to create that steam, and you had to have oil to burn to create the heat, and they had this special kind of oil, sort of a kerosene-based oil. This is an oil tank that you see right here. So these are actually usually buried under the ground, and then this one was pulled up several years ago by the city of Monterey, and when they pulled it up, it was still filled with oil. They drained it, but there are a number of these oil tanks still buried along the street here. They're all filled with oil, and nobody knows where any of them are. And eventually they're going to have to come up at some point to get all that oil out of them. But that's what's left of that, of the oil process right there. Again, before those sardine hoppers, the delivery system, the boats would come in, they'd drop these baskets down, these buckets down from the cannery, and pull them back up into the cannery, into the weight room. And this is one of those baskets you see right here, left over in those days. It also makes a good planter, as you can see right there. So then across the street is the Bear Flag Building, but it wasn't always the Bear Flag Building. It's actually a Chinese building. You can see what they call a saddleback roof on there. This is the only Chinese architecture building like this in Monterey that I know of. It was actually built by the Wu family, who had a hotel on this side of the street called the Ocean View Hotel. They also had a restaurant here, a Chinese-style restaurant. And many Montereyans got their first taste of Chinese food at the Ocean View Hotel. And then the Bear Flag Building essentially was a rooming house. A lot of cannery workers lived there, and all kinds of different kinds of businesses worked out of that building at one time or another. But it became the Bear Flag Building, I believe, in the late 1950s, early 1960s, taking the name from Steinbeck's novel, Cannery Row. And he called Flora Wood's place, which is called the Lone Star, which is down on the other part of Cannery Row. He called it in the book the Bear Flag. They took that name. This became the Bear Flag Restaurant. And there was a Bear Flag Bar in the late 1950s, early 1960s. And then the big circle thing up there you see on the top there with the sign, I actually believe there was a clock there at one time. There's no pictures of it. We're not really sure, but we think that's what was there originally, was a clock. Typical to have a clock in the 1920s on a building like that. So that will conclude our virtual tour of Cannery Row. It's a little haphazard, I know. But for more information, you can contact me at timsardine@yahoo.com. I'm always happy to answer any kind of question. And I do these tours periodically, not as often as I used to, but you can call me, convince me. I'm happy to take you on a real tour of Cannery Row. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone. I know Susan is here and Tim. And you're welcome to use the chat box if you have any questions. You can also unmute yourself or raise your hand. You can raise your physical hand, or if you want to raise your Zoom hand, you're welcome to do that as well by clicking the participant symbol and then clicking the hand. I'll pass this to Susan.
Welcome back. Thank you for going on a tour of Cannery Row. And Tim is, I believe, here. Tim, are you there? So he'd be happy to answer questions that you might have of Tim or me or about Cannery Row. Yes.
I don't see Tim yet. I will check my contacts, but Susan,
Okay.
no question.
Okay. Do you have any questions I can answer until Tim joins us? Anyone? But yeah, Jerry.
Hi, I just want to say thank you for all the weeks of history, and for including stories about the Chinese, and just to hear Tim talk about the Maccabee Beach Chinese village was really, I was really happy to hear that too, because my auntie was born there in 1916, and she still lives in Monterey. So it really has had our family has had a long history there, and along Cannery Row. So thank you for continuing to include Chinese history.
Well, it's an important part of the history of the region. And so I think that Monterey is an amazing place because so many different groups of people were attracted here. So it's as ecologically rich in terms of the people who live here as it is in terms of the marine life that's here, and you know, the flora and fauna. So it's just a really unusual region. And you know, Sandy Leiden always says that the Chinese came here in the 1850 because they knew, and he thinks they had already sailed across the Pacific in junks and knew where they were coming when they chose China, the Monterey Peninsula, to come here, because they knew how diverse an area it was ecologically. So
it's just hard to imagine how they were able to do that, you know, without an engine. It just
I know. It is. I don't know. It's just a theory. Yes, anyone else have a comment or a question? Be happy to answer. Oh, chat. Let's see. Where can we find a recording of this tour? Tim's tour and all the programs from today and the last 2 months are on the Monterey Public Library website, so you can access them, the speakers, the presentations, and this tour. So look on the website for that. And thank you again. Yeah, Tim is terrific.
Here I am.
There you are. Good.
Thank you, Tim.
I can answer these. How many guests a year the lab recently? I guess we asked that one before. I don't have a figure on the number of guests per year. That would be the city of Monterey that would have that, but it's several hundred, certainly.
Oh yeah, I know that Canal Row company tours are usually 30 each time, so 15 to 30 people.
Okay, good. And Tim is here with us, so if you have questions, please direct them. And Francesca has posted the two tour times. And if you haven't had a chance, please look at our reading of Cannery Row. I think it's really unusual because it involves various members of the community reading a chapter, sometimes at a locale that is mentioned in the book. And it's kicked off by Jimmy Panetta, who talks about the value of community. So it's well worth watching. And it's kind of, I think, a very diverse group of people reading. Tim, anything? Do you have anything to add?
No, I just was actually, today's a good day. And I was very happy with the presidential results. So I was watching the news. I'm sorry.
Oh,
yes.
Now pay attention.
I had to go down to Cannery Row today, and I just got home from that. So.
Oh, okay. Okay. There's Lee to Tim. Do you see that, Tim? Do you think there will ever be an effort to stabilize, preserve one of the few remaining fish hoppers?
Well, they actually have done that. I know that the ones down on the San Carlos beach, the beach where the scuba divers go, those have tried to preserve those by the city of Monterey. They cannot take them out because they're considered to be part of the historic footprint. and so they have to remain. So eventually, probably will all go the way of those kinds of things. In fact, I was down there today, and the waves are really large today, and I was thinking, I was watching the waves crash onto the building next to the Clement Hotel, right on the deck of the water from the ocean there. And I noticed after 70 some odd years, that thing getting hit by waves, you can see how it's really eaten into the concrete. So, but yeah, they do. The city has tried to preserve some of those. And I know the ones in Ed Ricketts' lab, the city did go in and preserve them and added and did a number of things to those. And there was some people who complained about them doing that.
There's also a question, has there ever been any interest in returning the lab to the way it was when Ricketts lived there?
Yeah, you know, I bet Susan can answer this better than I can, but I know that's a whole debate about that. There's one group that really wants to revert it back to what it was when Ed Ricketts was living there. And then there's the other group that says we should leave it as it is, as it looks to the Men's Club. And actually, the truth is, the Men's Club has been there longer than Ricketts was there, because the original building burned down in 1936, and it was rebuilt quickly. And I'm willing to believe that they should leave the upstairs as it is today, but then turn the lab, which was downstairs in the basement, back to what it was at Ricketts' time, which unfortunately in this day and age is difficult because of the costs involved in that kind of thing. Very, very expensive.
Yeah, I'm with Tim on leaving the upstairs kind of the way it is. It's the lab group's decorations, but there's a couch from like 1950, and it, you know, who has orange couches anymore? You know, all the Kohrs posters that were put up by, and you know, it feels really, just because it's so quirky, I think it preserves a whole history from the mid 50s to, you know, 2020. So I like it. And I would agree with Tim that if something's going to be made, what Steinbeck called fake old, when he was talking about Cannery Row, he said, please, Cannery Row, avoid fake old like Santa Barbara. He didn't like Santa Barbara's sort of architecture. And so he suggested that that you avoid that. So, but I think it could be reconstructed at the lab downstairs, but it's still, right now it's closed and it's to be discussed. And of course, it takes a lot of money to do anything. It's a very fragile building. So I just really laud the city of Monterey for having it open for people, because, you know, it takes an incredible investment in the local history to keep that building open. So it's great.
And there was a big push from others. I know part of the deal, I think, for the city when they bought the building from the Men's Club, and the Men's Club sold it to them at a pretty good deal, because the Men's Club had been offered like over $1 million for that building at one point, but they're concerned it would be turned into a Disneyland kind of thing. And so they decided to sell it to the city at a pretty reduced price. But I think part of that deal was they had to keep it open, you know, to do that, and which they did. And so, in which they do as often as they can.
It's kind of interesting, this is an aside, but there's a wonderful retreat called Tassajara, which is down in, it's near, what's off Carmel Valley Road in Cachawa, where actually Ricketts used to go. And when they sold that in the 60s to a Buddhist, it was the first kind of Buddhist retreat in the United States, but they insisted that it be open to the public at some point during summers. And so that even though the rest of the time it would be closed, summers it would be open. So you can take a van down there, or you can drive down there. And it was not only a Native American site because of the hot springs, but there was a stagecoach that used to go down there. I don't know how, the road is terrible, but it's just that sense of, you know, public-private partnership has worked really well there. So true. Another, let's see, Wayne asked, Lillian asked him, tell us about the painting you're using as your background.
You know, painting was done about 1935, and it's Cannery Row. It's the workers. The city calls them shacks. I always hated that term because it means sort of something like something less than, but it is paintings of these houses that workers and fishermen lived in. In fact, there are about 60 of those houses at one time that stretched between the Cannery Row all the way down to the Monterey Wharf. There's 3 of them there now that the city has set up, and you can look at them. You can see how small they are, but they're actually at one point 3 or 4 or 5 different guys would live in that house at the same time, and so they would share. Some guys work night shifts, some guys would work day shifts. That's how they did that. But the city did a really good job of representing 3 different cultural groups: Spanish, Japanese, and the Filipino community, and that's how they set those 3 that are up down there. And they also represent different time periods too.
Thank you, Tim. I see that Jerry has her hand up.
Yeah, I had 2 questions for Tim. The first question is about the holding tanks in the back of the lab that you mentioned. At one time, Dennis Copeland had told me that they were the holding tanks, and it was just after they had restored them. And when I went there, I had been invited to a meeting about the restoration of the property of the Pacific Biological Lab, and I wondered why I was invited, and was surprised. And as we went around, we sat in a half circle in the lab, and the question was, what do you think should be done? And as we were going around the half circle, because we were meeting with historians and authors and scientists, and I was thinking, why am I invited? And feeling a bit of pressure, because it was like, what am I going to say? And but as we came around the half circle, I was talking. I started thinking, and then spoke about how I felt that, and I mentioned this before, that I felt that it was important to talk about Ed Ricketts and how he treated the Chinese. And because the stories that my aunties told about him coming to my grandpa's house to ask him to catch eels for him, and they talked about how kind he was. And during that time, during the Chinese Exclusion Act, when people were not being kind to Chinese people, it really, and I got the sense from the aunties how they really liked him. And I really felt that it showed a humanity that Ed Ricketts had, and how well he treated the Chinese people, to the point that my grandpa asked him to come for Chinese New Year's to celebrate with the family. And Anna Ricketts wrote about how they brought presents to the children, which would have been my mother and her siblings. But what I'm wondering, you mentioned that the holding tanks were used to put formaldehyde in there. So when Dennis had told me about those that those were holding tanks, it dawned on me that, well, that must be where he kept the eels that my aunts talked about, that Grandpa would bring to Ed Ricketts. Do you think that's so? Would he have put the formaldehyde in there and the eels?
I don't know that, but one of the main reasons that Ricketts bought that property is because those tanks were already there. So the family owned that property before Ricketts was the Rodriguez family, who were in the business of salting sardines, and they built those and fill those with salt, and salt is a way to preserve. And I believe that Ricketts actually, it was Ed Ricketts who probably parceled those tanks off. If you look at them, you can see they're in squares. And I think he did that part because they would have been just big open vats when they were salting sardines in there. But yeah.
Yeah, they, you know, Jerry, in Nancy's memoir, Nancy Ricketts just recently published a memoir, and she mentions going she remembers that dinner and going to the house. So it's really nice. So
Yeah.
little memory. So
Another question I have for Tim though is what is upstairs at the Wing Chong market now?
There's empty rooms up there. I think that people who own the building now use it for storage and things. I know there was some talk at one time that the city of Monterey they actually wanted to buy the building at one time, but they didn't have the money to do it. But and they wanted to convert it back to how it would have looked like in the 1930s. But again, the expenses for that kind of thing is incredible. But I believe that it's just mostly empty, and it is used. I think that they use it for storage and things. But there are a number of little rooms and things like that, because it was a rooming house at one time, and then they had other things going on up there. And I know too, when they were doing some work in there, I knew some folks that lived in there in the 1960s, and a good friend of mine did, and he talked about how there was some kind of secret tunnel that they found up there. You could go through it, and it would take you out onto the trail where the bike trail is now. And we think it was there because they also used to gamble up there. And so when they were afraid when the cops came to raid the place, they all had a way to get out.
Huh. Well, long ago, after the building was closed down, and I thought they were going to do some work on the upstairs also. I knew the contractor who I got to go through the upstairs with him, and I wore my Chinese jacket there, and we took photos in the it was just kind of messy, and you know, like people had moved out, but things were just like strewn around, and we took pictures. That was quite some time ago, but I just wondered what was there now.
I'm sure it looks pretty much the same.
Oh, okay. Well, and then I saw that someone asked a question about the photo that's behind me, asking about the boat. And yes, that's what their sampans looked like too when they went fishing. And actually, the painting on this wall is at Maccabee Beach, and that's where also my mother was born in 1918. But the actual photo of that picture is a photo of near Point Alones. Oh, no, excuse me, Point Almaez, where Hopkins Marine Station is. This particular picture of the two fisher people, because many people think it's fishermen, but I believe it's a fisherman and a fisherwoman, and I think they could be my great-grandparents, because that boat is right outside of the area where my great-grandfather Kwok Tuk Lee's house was. So that's why I really like that that particular painting, and it is appropriate just because I feel it's my ancestors. And one of my aunties told me that her grandmother, which would be my great-grandmother, dressed like that. So it could be my grandparents. So I like to go down there and sit at Maccabee Beach because I used to go there as a young person just to think about things and to contemplate problems I might have had and all, but never knowing that at the time that there was a Chinese village there at all. Mm-hmm. And yet it seemed to have a draw to me as a young person. So it's just a coincidence.
That's really interesting history. Yeah. Thank you, Jerry.
Thank you.
Good. Are there any other questions for Tim about Cannery
About my
Row?
boring tour.
What?
About my boring tour.
Your tour was not boring. Neither Tim nor I like watching ourselves, so we
Oh, I
both
couldn't watch it.
we both kind of said, I don't want to watch our, but so be it.
I had a good excuse.
I'm glad that they're preserved and that somebody can go into the lab. I wish I'd moved around more. Tim at least got to move around a lot. So any other questions? If not, we'll take a break before the 1:30 talk by William Souder, who is Steinbeck's most recent biographer. And the book has gotten great reviews. It's called Mad at the World, which is interesting. I asked him to talk about frogs because his first book was about frogs. So, you know, I said, integrate the frog hunt in, which was kind of a challenge for him. But he's going to talk about his biography and frogs, and we'll answer any questions about Steinbeck that you may have. So if there are no other, there is a...
I had just a brief question.
Sure.
I put it in the chat, and maybe it pertains, maybe it doesn't, but the whaling industry was huge here too.
Okay.
And I just thought maybe you had some reflections on that.
Tim will have some reflections.
Yes, Tim. It was,
Yeah,
yes.
Monterey had a very active whaling history starting in around the same time that the Chinese arrived in Monterey in the early 1850s. And they were all Portuguese products of those deep water whalers out of Nantucket and New Bedford. Anybody read Moby Dick, that's their story. They were got trapped in San Francisco after the gold was discovered on the American River. And they all heard these great stories of gold because he picked up off the streets. And so they all went up to the gold fields and found out it wasn't as easy as they were told. And they said, the heck with that, I'd rather be whaling and go back to San Francisco with no money and no way to get home because everyone had abandoned their ship. And so they're kind of stuck. And around 1854 or so, about 17 of them said, hey, I better go by Monterey. Looked a lot like home. And there are a lot of whales down there. So they migrated down from San Francisco and set up a small whaling station near the Monterey Wharf, which grew to a fairly large industry here in Monterey. They were whaling what they call the old-fashioned way. They were shore whaling, where they had pushed off to the beach every morning in little 28-foot boats, and then row or sail out to the whaling grounds, hunt whales, and then tow them back to the beaches where they would strip off the blubber. How this pertains to Cannery Row, actually, what Mackley Beach is where Jerry that picture behind Jerry was also a whaling station there at one time, or at least a beach where they'd go and process whales at that beach right there. At one time, there were up to 5 different whaling companies operating on the Monterey Bay. And it was a very profitable industry, getting mostly grays and humpbacks, because whale oil was very, very important economically around the world at that time. And whale oil was used to lubricate machinery parts, to burn in lamps. And in the 19th century, all lighthouses were on whale oil. And then, so it was very profitable. And it wasn't uncommon for more than one whaling company to converge onto the same whale, and they would literally have battles in the bay over whose whale it belonged to. They actually ended up suing each other in court, and some judge determined whose harpoon went into the whale first. So the harpoonist would work with the local blacksmith and put little secret marks on the tip of his harpoon point. So the judge can say, oh, that's Jose's harpoon. That belongs to the Monterey Whaling Company. But the whaling industry in Monterey does begin to slow down after 1874, not because these guys took too many whales, because the truth is they never really took that many. And they actually lost far more whales than they actually got. It was never a full-time job. Actually, there were farmers and dairymen and other kinds of jobs. But kerosene came on the market. And kerosene, they couldn't compete with that. Kerosene is a man-made product. It was cheaper and easier to get. And it did pretty much the same kind of thing. And so into that, though, there was one company that continued to operate in Monterey strictly for the tourists that were coming to Monterey. And I believe that the Hotel Del Monte actually paid a whaling company just to operate, just so the tourists at the hotel could watch them from the windows of the hotel as they were out chasing whales and being dragged through the bay by whales and things. But it really died out on the turn of the 20th century. Then it was revitalized again around about 1919 by a Norwegian company called California Sea Products, who actually came to Monterey in about 1915 and tried to open up a whaling station in Monterey at that time. But they were pushed back by the sardine fishermen. Sardine fishery was pretty new at that time, and they were convinced that the whales were forcing the sardines into the bay. And so they thought if you cut off 100 all whales, then they wouldn't have any sardines. Of course, that wasn't the case. But they finally did open up in 1919. But at that point, the industry had changed. They were all steam-powered boats and steam-powered harpoon cannons and all kinds of things. And they were only there until about 1926 in Lost Landing.
Yeah, it's a really interesting history of whaling on the West Coast, which is
yeah. Actually, at Point Lobos, there was in about 1900 there was a company, a whaling company made up of Portuguese and Japanese together. Although they couldn't speak each other's languages, they understood the language of whaling, and that's how they worked. But they only operated for one season.
So a couple other questions, and then we'll have a short break before we welcome Bill Souder. And Tim and I will be around all afternoon, and you can direct questions to us. One of them is about Ricketts and Tassajara. I don't have any evidence that Ricketts ever went to Tassajara. When I said Carmel Valley Road, that's misleading, because you have to go about 45 minutes toward Big Sur, and Tassajara is really in Big Sur. One way to get there is off Carmel Valley Road. I know that Steinbeck's family went there. So I do have evidence that his mother and sister went there. I don't know if he did too. My point about it was just kind of a private public partnership, and that works well.
I know that in the teens and 20s it was a hunting and fishing lodge.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. It was people would come from all over just to go out there to go hunt. They had guides and things to take them out.
It's a great place, actually. Yeah. So it's a fantastic place. And he went. The Frog Pond is in Carmel Valley. It's much closer to the peninsula, and so it's on the Carmel River. And I must say that Steinbeck's description of the Carmel River in Cannery Row is one of the loveliest things that he wrote. Describing that river. And I was just down there a couple of times this week, and there's so much water. They've taken the dam down, so there's so much water in the river that it's very much like it was when Steinbeck was there. In my tape of chapter 15, I thought it would be charming to have the sound of the water in the background, but it just sounds like it's a train going by, but it was supposed to be the sound of the water of the Carmel River. At any rate, so that answers that question. There was one more question before we close. Is there any evidence of the Chinese sailing to California in the historical past? Tom Steinbeck writes about that and the planting of cypress trees by the ancient Chinese.
I think some of that is myth, but some of that, we know there are historians who believe the Chinese were in California as far back as the 5th century. They had the ships and they had the technology, so they certainly could have been, but we just don't know that, and probably will never know that for sure. There is the Cyprus story. Interesting, in 1915, San Francisco had held a big World's Fair called the Pan-Pacific International Exposition, and the Chinese pavilion had a number of Buddhist monks who came, and one of the things they wanted to do was to come to Monterey to see the cypress trees that they thought were planted, came from China. And also, I understand that there is a small group of redwood trees, a special variety of redwood trees that grow. There's a small group that grows in Santa Cruz, and only other place in the world where this same type of redwood tree grows is in China. And one thing we do know that the Chinese did when they visited foreign lands, that they would plant things. That was just something they did. So we don't know.
So, well, thank you. thank you for joining us for Tim's great tour. And in 10 minutes, we will welcome you to hear Bill Souder and to the afternoon's sessions, which will kind of occur one after another. So we have a great interview with Nancy Ricketts, and Tim's going to show a film about the Japanese coming back to Monterey after World War II. Katie Rodger will be here with John Straley talking about Ricketts and the collection that they worked on. So there's lots of wonderful things in store for this afternoon. So please come back and join us. And I guess I could play more music, but I'll probably give you, should I play more music, Francesca, or just give everybody a rest?
The music is great.
Okay.
Especially for the afternoon.
Okay. I just don't have, I'm not so good at shrinking Zoom to get to my screen to.
Oh, I see.
Do I leave Zoom? Is that how I do that? And then
don't leave Zoom, just minimize.
William Souder, who is Steinbeck's most recent biographer. I highly recommend his book on Steinbeck, Mad at the World, which has gotten terrific reviews. And it really is an engaging read. I just had a friend read it and said, wow, I learned so much about John. And he's been in the Steinbeck world for the past 30 years. So that's a real tribute to Bill's book. I got to know him well as he was working on the book, and he's just a wonderful man. And I think that he represents Steinbeck's spirit very well in the book. He's also written biographies of Audubon and Rachel Carson, and I recommend those books as well. And he's written on frogs. So that's why he's going to talk about frogs today. So with no more ado, I will let Bill take over. He's going to speak for a while, and then we have time for questions after. So if you have any questions at all about Steinbeck, please save them for Bill afterwards. Yes, Bill. You have to unmute.
You have to unmute him.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now.
Perfect, perfect. No, I was getting a message that the host had to had control of the mute button, but I'm glad that we're okay now, and I'm glad to be here. Hello, Monterey and beyond. The great thing about these virtual events, of course, is that people can watch them from anywhere. So I don't know where all of you are who have joined us today, but thank you for doing that, and thank you to the Monterey Public Library, the other organizers behind this extended event celebrating Cannery Row, and thank you for inviting me to talk to you today. I was thinking about this, and one of the questions that I always get asked is, well, why did you decide to write a book about John Steinbeck? How did you settle on him? And I think it might be an interesting way for me to kind of explain myself today, because Cannery Row, both the book and the place, really kind of figure in that decision and figure prominently in getting me interested in John Steinbeck. So let me tell you a little bit about the history of the book, and I think that'll maybe shed some light on my thoughts about Cannery Row. If we rewind 10 years, back in 2010, I was working on a biography of Rachel Carson. Rachel Carson was a very, very well-known, beloved, popular author in the 1950s and 1960s. She wrote 3 books about the ocean that really made her an international celebrity. The Sea Around Us in 1951 is the best known of those books. And then later in her career, in the early 1960s, of course, she published a very different kind of book called Silent Spring, which was about the careless and heedless overuse of chemical pesticides that really helped to launch the environmental movement as we recognize it today. So I was working on Rachel Carson, and I'd gotten to the part of the story where I was writing about the 3rd book that she wrote, which was called The Edge of the Sea. And the original plan for that book was that it was going to be a guidebook. This would be, something for beachcombers to use to help identify organisms that lived kind of in the intertidal region of the sea. And of course, she was an Atlantic Ocean person. This was about the eastern seaboard. But she told her editor that she wanted to expand this beyond just a simple guidebook and write a more ambitious book about the coastline, and that she wanted to use as a model for this a book called Between Pacific Tides. Between Pacific Tides, of course, is Ed Ricketts' brilliant breakthrough study of the intertidal zone on the Pacific side of the continent. And it had been published in 1939. And it really set a new standard and became one of the foundational documents of in the field of ecology, which was really coming into its own in the middle part of the 20th century. And what appealed to Rachel Carson about Between Pacific Tides was that rather than organize, this is an inventory, if you will, of invertebrate sea life that inhabits this region of the shoreline that extends from the part that's always underwater, even at low tide, to the part that's up above the ocean, and it really just gets a little bit of overspray. This is kind of vertically stratified environment. And Ricketts' big insight was to look at that ecosystem in exactly that way. So rather than group everything together taxonomically, so that you had starfish and crabs and other life forms kind of grouped with other similar life forms, he instead grouped everything according to where it lived in the ecosystem, because these organisms are all interdependent on one another. And so knowing which others they interacted with really told you a lot about how they made their living on the edge of the sea, which was, of course, again, the title of Carson's book. Well, that sounded pretty interesting to me. And I really didn't know much about Ed Ricketts. And so I started looking into him. And of course, you don't look at Ed Ricketts for very long without running squarely into John Steinbeck, because they were best friends, they were colleagues, they were collaborators. They had lives that were intertwined in a very profound way in and around Monterey and Pacific Grove in the 1930s mainly, but also in the 1940s. And I thought, well, John Steinbeck, he's kind of interesting. And when you're working on one book, you're usually thinking about what the next one might be. And so I'm always on the lookout for interesting subjects. And so I took a little detour into the world of John Steinbeck while I was working on Rachel Carson. And it was really interesting. Ricketts and Steinbeck famously worked together on one book, Sea of Cortez. And this was not one of the books that I'd read. Like most people, I'd read a handful of Steinbeck books. Back in high school, middle school, I'd read The Pearl, I'd read The Grapes of Wrath, I'd read Of Mice and Men. But beyond that, I didn't know his work extensively at all. And of course, as I got into it, I was captivated. But I was particularly interested in Sea of Cortez. And there is, now Sea of Cortez is the account of their expedition into the Gulf of California to collect and catalog and name invertebrates of the intertidal zone, going up the western side of the Gulf and then coming back down the eastern side in a trawler that they had rented for that purpose, that allowed them to travel continuously and then go ashore at various places and collect. And Ricketts' job was to handle the phylogenetic inventory, to keep track of the animals, if you will. And Steinbeck's job was to write the story of the trip, which was as much an adventure as it was a scientific undertaking. And I love Sea of Cortez. And I also love the log from the Sea of Cortez, the sort of spin-off, if you will, of the narrative portion, the part that Steinbeck wrote, that included a long introduction to Ed Ricketts and to their friendship. And but there's one passage very early in Sea of Cortez that caused me to see John Steinbeck in a different light. And if you'll allow me, I'm just going to briefly read. It's not very long, a short little bit. This is from the very beginning pages of Sea of Cortez, and it's Steinbeck talking about some of what he learned on this collecting expedition. We have looked into the tide pools and seen the little animals feeding and reproducing and killing for food. We name them and describe them, and out of long watching arrive at some conclusion about their habits, so that we say, this species typically does thus and so. But we do not objectively observe our own species as a species, although we know the individuals fairly well. When it seems that men may be kinder to men, the wars may not come again, we completely ignore the record of our species. If we use the same smug observation on ourselves that we do on hermit crabs, we would be forced to say, with the information at hand, it is one diagnostic trait of Homo sapiens that groups of individuals are periodically infected with a feverish nervousness, which causes the individual to turn on and destroy not only his own kind, but the works of his own kind. Well, that's quite a statement. And it made me realize that part of what undergirded Steinbeck's work was his interest in biology and his willingness to see the human species not as something that was separate from nature, but rather as something that was embedded in nature, that was inseparable from the ecosystem that we all inhabit. And I thought that was really interesting, and it really allowed me to begin thinking about John Steinbeck in a way that would lead me to write about him. So I'm interested in science, natural history. I'm particularly interested in mid-20th century American history. And I'm also interested in writers. And John Steinbeck kind of ticked all those boxes. And it sunk into me that he was kind of the prototypical subject that I like to write about. I really got more and more intrigued. So the next thing I did was I kind of began to look at how John Steinbeck and Ed Ricketts overlapped in Steinbeck's fiction. And it's not very hard to figure that out. Ed Ricketts is a recurring character in John Steinbeck's work. Most obviously, of course, in the novel Cannery Row, where the character of Doc is quite literally fashioned on, modeled on Ed Ricketts, but also in Dubious Battle with Doc Burton. He reappears, of course, again as Doc in Sweet Thursday, and he is featured as well in the short story The Snake, one of John Steinbeck's better known short stories. And so I thought, well, that's pretty interesting. Now these guys are, they collaborate on nonfiction, and in a way, an important way, they kind of collaborate in fiction as well. And I was particularly interested in that interaction as it played out in the novel Cannery Row. Besides Steinbeck's interest in biology and his understanding that human beings are part of the natural world, I think his great strength, his great talent, the thing that sets him apart from other writers from that period was his tremendous sense of empathy and his ability to see other people as people, particularly people that lived one way or another on the margins of society, people who had been dispossessed, the migrants, the refugees from the Dust Bowl, but also other people that are often invisible to the rest of us, the layabouts of Cannery Row, Mac and the boys, people that you might pass by on the street without giving any thought to. Steinbeck saw them as people, and he helped to make the invisible people visible, and he gave voice to people who otherwise did not have a voice. And I thought that was really interesting, and something that marked Steinbeck as a writer who is very much right for the time that we're living in. Not just because he wrote about human migration, and not just because he wrote about climate catastrophe, but because this is the thing that is missing in our culture so often now, is this ability to see all human beings as human beings. And that was Steinbeck's great talent. And then, of course, what animated that in his work was that he got angry about this, and that he got he was enraged by the mistreatment of people, and that is the driving force behind his greatest works, his most memorable books of Mice and Men and In Dubious Battle, and of course The Grapes of Wrath. But you find it wherever you look in Steinbeck, including in works that are lighter in tone or even comedic in tone, like Cannery Row. Even in Cannery Row, this empathy, this appreciation for all people comes through. And I want to read another short little bit. It's from Cannery Row, and it's a place where you see this. And this is a brief passage where Doc is speaking, and it's a nice little summary of one of the philosophies that John Steinbeck, I think, believed in. "It has always seemed strange to me," said Doc, "the things we admire in men, kindness and generosity, openness, honesty, understanding, and feeling, are the concomitants of failure in our system. And those traits we detest: sharpness, greed, acquisitiveness, meanness, egotism, and self-interest are the traits of success. And while men admire the quality of the first, they love the produce of the second." Well, again, here's a nice little summary of the situation we find ourselves in today. What could speak more directly to the many themes the many issues that we're grappling with today, not just in America, but all around the world. So I thought that was, but now I'm hooked. Now I'm really kind of committed to the idea of pursuing Steinbeck. And then as I go a little further, a little deeper into Cannery Row, of course, one of the set pieces of the story is this frog hunt that Mac and the boys organize to collect frog. Doc has a big order for frogs. He's in the biological supply business, and he needs 300, at least 300 live frogs to ship to his clients. And so he recruits Mac and the other guys who live at the Palace Flop House to go collect frogs for him. And here's where one of my side interests comes into play. The first book I wrote was not a biography. It was a work of journalism, and it was about frogs. I actually wrote a whole book about frogs, and specifically, I wrote a book that started with a series of articles that I wrote for the Washington Post back in the mid-1990s about the discovery, initially here in Minnesota, but then in other parts of North America, of deformed frogs that had extra legs, or sometimes missing legs, or very often twisted or warped or deformed legs. And this touched off a big scientific investigation to try to determine what was causing this problem. And so in the course of following this investigation over several years, I got to know a lot about frogs. I'm kind of an expert on frogs. And what was interesting to me about the great frog hunt in Cannery Row is that it was clear to me that John Steinbeck also knew a lot about frogs, because there are details in that passage that clearly demonstrate that it was probably a specific species of frog that he was writing about, even though he doesn't name it in the book, and that he'd gotten it exactly right. And the giveaway is that he describes exactly how Mac and the boys come to this wetland, what it looks like, and how they go about collecting the frogs. And he describes it as a pond about 50 feet wide, about 70 feet long, and about 4 feet deep. And the method that they use for collecting the frogs is to form a line, because there's a bunch of them collecting, and to wade into the pond and march forward as a kind of a phalanx, if you will, and dragging their feet along the bottom forcing the frogs to the other end where they can be readily picked up. Well, one of the most common species of frogs in California is the California red-legged frog. And it has a scientific name that you don't need to be worried about, but it's a well-known, well-studied frog. It's actually a threatened species these days, but it has a very wide distribution all up and down the state of California. And all frogs, there are many different species of frogs, and they all live in slightly different aquatic and terrestrial habitats. Different species spend different amounts of time in and out of the water, and have different behaviors. But the red-legged frog likes to be in these kind of fringed wetlands, exactly as the one described in exactly like the one described in Cannery Row, and their escape behavior, if you approach them, is that they jump into the water and they swim to the bottom and they sit on the bottom. Yeah, this is the region that scientists call the benthic region. Benthic is just a fancy word that Bill Gilly would know that means the bottom. And for whatever reason, John Steinbeck, and by extension, Mac and the boys, know that this is where these frogs are going to be found in this wetland once they approach them. And so I thought this was a very, very telling revelation that even though he does not go out of his way in Cannery Row to explain that he knows something about frogs and which species this probably was, everything tracked as it should. Everything made sense to me, and everything about the frog hunt came across as true. And there really is no better compliment, I think, that you can pay a writer than to say that he or she got it right, and he or she took care to ensure that anything asserted as a fact, whether it's in fiction or nonfiction, actually is a fact. So ultimately, I was seduced both by Cannery Row, the book, and Cannery Row, the place, because of course the place, when we think of Cannery Row and we think of John Steinbeck and Ed Ricketts, is the lab. And the lab was the epicenter, the focal point for this lusty, hard-living group of writers and artists who knew each other and who were attracted particularly to John Steinbeck and to Ed Ricketts and to their the dynamic of their friendship, which I think brought the party to life on a continuing basis. All this played out in the depths of the Great Depression, and these people kind of armed themselves against this economic catastrophe by leading this bohemian collective existence that I think was really perfect for the times that they were living in. And I just found this story completely beguiling, and in a very calculated way. While I was still working on Rachel Carson, I started thinking to myself, I think I know how to tell this guy's story. And so that is that's how I came to write about John Steinbeck. And I want to read one more just very quick little piece, and it's about the lab, and it's from my book. And as many of you know, spoiler alert, Ed Ricketts died in 1948 in an accident. And John Steinbeck at the time was living in New York, but they remained very, very close. And Ricketts didn't die right away, but he was mortally injured in this accident. He lingered for a few days, and John Steinbeck was uncertain about whether to come right away or to wait. And unfortunately, he waited a couple of days. And as a result, when he did finally come out to Monterey from New York, Ricketts had already passed. But here is just a little bit from what happened. On May 10th, that's John Steinbeck, decided to fly out. But his plane was delayed, and he did not arrive before Ricketts died. He struggled to grasp that his friend, the greatest man I have known and the best teacher, was gone. He knew his life would not be the same. After a brief funeral service that many of Ricketts' friends skipped, Steinbeck went over to the lab and found it full of people he didn't know. He was beside himself, demanding to know who had any business being there, and at one point threatening to burn the place down. What had been the incandescent core of Monterey for so many of them was now only a hollow shack on a busy, smelly waterfront, the ocean groaning at its feet. It no longer seemed part of this world. Well, that's how it was in the moment for John Steinbeck. But as we all know, the lab did not pass out of this world. It did not leave us when Ed Ricketts did. It's still there. It's still a fixture on the Cannery Row waterfront. And it's still a touchstone for many, many people, myself included. I suspect for many of you who are on this Zoom meeting today. So let me stop there. And I've got time. Susan, if we have time, I'm happy to answer questions from you or anyone that's with us.
Oh, thank you so much, Bill. That was great. I love all your comments about empathy. And I think we just need to think about that a lot. We have a lot of concepts, I think, from Cannery Row that are really important for us to focus on: community,
for sure,
participation, and red-legged frogs. So,
yeah,
of course, as well. So, I have a question, but I want to open it up to others' questions first. And then we'll probably go on next up is Nancy Ricketts' interview. She's just published her memoir, and was born in 1924. So may we all write memoirs that in our mid-90s.
Oh boy, yeah.
So, but does anyone have any questions quickly before we turn to our next program? You can type them in chat. I don't see hands as easily. Questions? Well, I have a question, so I'm going to start.
Okay.
What was the most difficult part of writing the biography? What did you find most difficult to write about with Steinbeck?
Well, this is sure. This is probably, you'd probably get the same answer for if you ask me about the Carson book or the Audubon book. You'd probably get the same answer from every single biographer, and that is organizing and managing and keeping track of the material. And Susan, no one knows better than you just what an enormous paper trail there is for John Steinbeck. Rarely a day went by that he didn't write, several letters to people. Most of them have been preserved. Some have been published, but many of them are in archives at Stanford, at San Jose State, at the Steinbeck Center in Salinas, at Berkeley, at the Morgan Pierpont Library in New York, at the University of Texas down in Austin. And so I had to go to all those places and read that record, make notes from it, and copy things. And eventually you end up with thousands of pages of documents that you have to somehow keep in an orderly fashion. That's the first challenge, just keeping track of everything. The second challenge then is, well, what am I going to use? What goes in, what doesn't go in? And that is, for me, that's something that's dictated by the story and by the way I chose to tell John Steinbeck's life. There's an infinite number of ways that you could write about any subject, and presumably an infinite number of ways you could approach the material that you have to work from. So that's always the hardest part. You're probably asking, though, what was the hardest part of his life to figure out? And that's a little trickier, and I don't know that I've given that a lot of thought. It's all hard. At least it's always seemed to me like I was making the same effort with every phase of his life to untangle it and have it make sense. There are little mysteries in his life. His mental balance was not always perfect, and there are periods in his life when there are little clues that suggest that he was really struggling, particularly after he came back from World War II, again, towards the end of the 1940s. And then there's his relationship with his two sons, which is really hard to make sense of and know exactly how to think about, because it was he loved them, but he had a hard time getting along with them. And so that was a big challenge. But that's the kind of, that's also the kind of thing that makes Steinbeck interesting. You don't really want, as a biographer, you really don't want a perfect person to write about. It's a much stronger story. It's a much more captivating and compelling story, I think, if the person you're writing about has some flaws and some foibles, because don't we all? And isn't the ability to recognize something in another person what makes you interested in their life?
That's a great answer. That really is. I like that a lot. I mean, I wrote a biography of Carol Steinbeck, and she was really difficult and was very much, you know, an alcoholic by the end of her life, and her sister didn't want to talk to her. So, but she just was endlessly interesting because of that. So I love your answer there.
Thanks. Yeah, you know, alcohol is a kind of running theme in John Steinbeck's life, and there is, I think we have to bear in mind, there's a sort of Mad Men environment back in the mid 20th century where alcohol is just kind of a daily staple for people that often got them into the same kind of trouble that it would today, but was so much more pervasive and kind of accepted. And I guess the one thing that I was struck by over and over again is you kind of want to reach back in time and, you know, shake Gwen and John Steinbeck and say, you guys are having trouble because you're drunk all the time, and you know, straighten up and fly right, and things will go much easier for you. It's a little easier to see after the fact, and of course, much easier to see in other people than it is in ourselves.
Right. Yeah, very true. Well, one more question, and then we'll move on to Nancy Ricketts' life and video and her discussion of her book. Let me repeat that if you want a copy of her book, copies were flown to me from Sitka, Alaska. So you may request a copy. They're $11.95 each, and I will mail them to you. But if you write me at my university address, which is susan.schillinglaw@sjsu.edu. And the last question is, since Steinbeck spent the last years living on the East Coast, which coast did you enjoy the most, do you think, Bill?
Well, I'm pretty sure that he was the most happily married on the East Coast. You know, in my book, I write that Carol, his first wife, made him a writer, and that Gwen, his second wife, made him crazy. And Elaine, his third wife, who he lived with on the East Coast, he lived with Gwen there too, but Elaine is the one that I associate the most with New York and with Long Island. Elaine made him happy. And so I think that he, you know, when he lived in New York, he was well off. He made a lot of money. He spent a lot of money. He complained every year that he had to borrow money to pay his income tax. If that's true, it's because he made so much money that he owed a lot to the IRS. But so he's a very successful man of letters on the East Coast, and really kind of living out the second part of his life. If you want to see the first part of his life as the struggle to become a writer, and then the big successes of the 1930s, starting with Tortilla Flat and culminating with The Grapes of Wrath, and then I suppose the Sea of Cortez as well. Then part of his life that he lived after that was different in many ways, and I think it was different in ways that were easier for him to live with. He wasn't always happy by any means, and as I indicated before, had many kind of struggles with his kind of emotional stability and mental outlook, as well as with his family. But I think he liked living in New York, or he wouldn't have done it. And nobody stays in New York unless they are in some way seduced by it. And so that would be my guess. Probably his happiest time was his childhood, when he was dividing his time between Salinas and Pacific Grove, so if you wanted to count that as it would be for many of us, that's the kind of the charmed part of his life. But I think he was probably pretty happy in New York.
Good.
Susan, what do you think about that? You are every bit the scholar of record on this. So what do you think?
Well, I love your characterization of the three marriages. That's true. I mean, Elaine made him happy. Elaine loved New York. Elaine just was effervescent in her love for New York. So I think California was always home in terms of spiritual sense of place. But he loved Sag Harbor, and it's surrounded by water. So at one point he said, "I'm a water fiend." And I just love that concept. He just wanted to be near water. And so Sag Harbor was as close to Pacific Grove as he could possibly get. Not today's Sag Harbor, but the Sag Harbor of, the 50s and 60s when he was there. So I think it was watery places.
He kept trying to write plays, and by far his most successful play was Of Mice and Men, which was a novella kind of conceived in a handful of acts that converted naturally to the stage, but there had to be something. And of course, Elaine had been involved in the theater, so but he had to be in some way kind of really attached to that scene in New York, because he wanted so much to be part of it. And he was in a way, but never quite with as much success as he hoped for.
And I just think he preferred Sag Harbor to New York City in a way. I mean, I think he
probably, yeah.
That's where they spent summers. Well, we'll probably have to move on. The other question was, what was John's attitude towards the Vietnam War, which is really a lecture. And the response to that question is very complicated. But I don't think, just to say briefly, I don't think it was represented a turn to the right on his part. I think it was his journalistic instincts, his natural curiosity, the fact his sons were there. And once he saw the war, he changed his mind. So that would be my quick answer.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely right. I think he was kind of reflexively for it because he was reflexively pro-America. And he and Elaine were friends with LBJ and Lady Bird. And so I think he wanted to believe we were doing the right thing. Then he went over and saw for himself and decided we were doing the wrong thing. And so good for him.
Yeah, no, very good. Well, thank you, Bill. You were terrific. I love seeing you.
Good to see you.
Yeah.
Thank you again. Thank you to the library. Thank you to all the organizers of Cannery Row Days. Susan, thanks so much for everything. Gilly, I see you lurking in the background. Thank you too.
How about those Pennsylvania guys?
Well, I got to go turn on the TV. There are celebrations in the street. Steinbeck would probably caution us to remember that not everyone is celebrating today. So let's try to think well of everybody.
Good response. Yes.
Bye, everybody.
Okay. Thanks, Bill.
Thank you, Bill.
Francesca is going to begin the movie now. So thank you, Francesca, once again for your efficiency in keeping us all organized. By the way, before I mute, she's being interviewed by John Straley, who we'll see later on this afternoon.
Today we're gathered to celebrate the publication of Nancy Ricketts' first memoir. I'm sure there will be more. Nancy is one of the first citizens of both Monterey, California, and Sitka, Alaska. She is, the Japanese call such esteemed people cultural treasures, and certainly Nancy Ricketts is one of our treasures. Yes. She is a writer, a musician, an archivist, and today an artist. And she has devoted many last projects, she calls them, to artwork and stitchery. But today we're celebrating her writing and her oral history. I'm going to ask her a few questions. She has some books that are are for sale here today. Is that right?
Somebody has them. I don't know where they are.
Oh, John Stein has some books.
No, he has
I just have one book.
Oh, John has one book. So those are for sale at Old Harbor Books. I didn't know and she has signed them already, so they have her name written in them. The rules of life in the Pioneer Home are such that we can't just charge the stage and ask Nancy for epigraphs or however you say, for personal messages on the books. So for now, we just have to make do with her signature on the books. But there's quite a few signed books at Old Harbor, and they'd be happy to sell you some. But I'm going to ask Nancy now about how she became a published author. Yeah. A lot of people, Nancy, dream of writing a book of memoirs. A lot of people talk about it. Many people start. Few reach the finish line. How did you do it? How did you... this is called, your memoir is called Becoming Myself. Right?
That's your title.
Well, you didn't have to tell them that.
For suggestions.
Okay, it was a suggestion. You were very persnickety about your titles because you kept going back and forth. But how did you, when did you first start writing these words down? And how did you do it?
I can't remember when I started. I've been writing all my life, and if I hadn't been, I wouldn't have the facts. And the facts are really important to me.
I know that about you. How old are you now, Nancy?
95, you know that.
Not that much of an accomplishment. All you did was not die. But you are very dedicated to accuracy, isn't that true?
To what?
Accuracy.
Oh, very. I spent many, many years tolerating stuff that was written about my father that was off the mark. But it was written by a fiction, a novelist, and that's probably why.
And your father was Edward F. Ricketts, and he was written about by John Steinbeck, and in his novels, Cannery Row and Sweet Thursday. And your father became famous through the eyes of Steinbeck.
That's correct.
And that sort of bothered you, didn't it?
It did. Nobody listened to any members of Dad's family. In fact, they didn't know he had a family.
No, there was very little mention of him being a father, or being a good father, for that matter, being really talented at raising his family.
And he was a good father.
You're gonna have to speak up again. But how'd that make you feel growing up?
Like a nobody.
Like
which
you
was
felt like
what
a
I was.
So that part of that inspired you to tell your own story and accurately.
Yes, it was really important. And I took notes for many years and still take notes.
And this book, this memoir, From Becoming Myself, is it journal entries and letters that you wrote?
Part of it is from letters that were written to me. Part of it was a copy of there's one place where there's a copy of a letter that I wrote to my aunt. And I put the whole thing in there because that sure helped me explain what the scoop was. So I put that in at the end of the book.
And your aunt was your father's sister?
You're right.
Okay.
Yes.
And when did you write that letter? About?
Probably just before I moved up here. I was 50 years, I was going on 50.
Okay. And do you remember about when it was you moved up here?
74,
Okay.
for sure.
Well, okay. And your father had come in a boat with Jack Calvin in what, 1932?
That's correct.
With Joseph Campbell
Yes.
and Jack Calvin and his wife Sasha.
Correct.
Right. Had you had never been to Sitka in the 30s, had you?
I was here in 1940 for the first time.
And how did you come to Sitka in 1940?
Well, let's see. I was living in Bremerton, Washington with my mother and my sister. And Mother decided she was going to come to Sitka, Alaska, because that's where a boyfriend was, was not stationed. He was not in the service, but he was working on the island over there getting ready for World War II.
So your mother had a connection to Sitka and your father had a connection to Sitka, but
yes.
Independently.
Yes.
And they had split up by that time, by 1940.
Oh, a long time ago, yeah.
But in your memoir, in this book, there's not really all that much about your father. I mean, it's not really the story of Nancy Ricketts, daughter of the famous Ed Ricketts.
Well, that's not the way I ever felt.
Right.
Yeah.
It's really, what period of your life does this memoir cover?
The first 50 years.
Okay.
I had my 50th birthday up here.
And you raised here in Sitka 8 children, is that correct?
Down in California, 8 children.
Oh, okay.
Some of them came up here after their dad was up here and I was up here. But they never, well, Wally lived here for a little while. All the rest were just kind of visiting.
Right. And how many children of your own did you have?
2.
2. Okay. Chris is your surviving daughter.
That's correct.
And Chris comes to visit you here.
She would love to be here today, but she can't come because they won't let her in.
Okay.
Nobody goes in or out right now.
So we have to advertise your book. So if somebody told me that when we do these kind of interviews, we just keep saying the title over and over. So what's the title of your book again?
Oh, gee. Becoming myself.
Becoming?
I'm having memory problems.
No.
Part of it is a gathering.
Yeah, yeah. You're doing great.
I don't know.
You are. You have always have a good fashion sense too. You dress well.
Oh, thank you. I pride myself on loving colors that go together.
Yeah, and you always have. You made clothes as
Yes.
a young woman, and
I made all my clothes for a while.
yeah. And your mother was a seamstress, wasn't she?
Yes, she was.
But you and your mom didn't get along all that well.
No.
And why was that, you think?
That was because I reminded her too much of my father.
Ah.
Everything I said and everything I did, and I couldn't talk about him at all. I couldn't say Dad. I had to be very careful how I was talking. Because I didn't want to make her unhappy. I didn't want to make her mad either, but I didn't want to make her unhappy.
And your dad was renowned for being fun, and he actually wrote an article in Reader's Digest about raising children, where he said sort of the prime directive was to have as much fun as humanly possible.
Right, I remember that. Well, that was a real credo. He didn't say it that way. He just taught us as we were growing up. keep things reasonably clean, and he used the word reasonably, eat good food, and have fun.
Those were his rules for raising kids, basically.
Yeah, also, something he didn't talk about, but he was a very kind person, and he was kind to other people, all other people, kids, adults, whatever. Animals. He waved to dogs.
When he was driving down the street.
When he was driving. He also sneezed when he was driving, so we had to watch him.
He sneezed?
Be sure he pulled over before the explosion came, especially going over the mountains from California into Oregon. Siskiyous?
The Siskiyous?
Yeah. Lots of curves, mountain curves, and if Dad was about to sneeze, we very much encouraged him to move to the side of the road.
Because he was an explosive sneezer.
Yes, we could have gone right over a cliff, really easy.
Okay. Yeah. How are you doing? How's your, you feeling hot, tired?
Oh, sure. I'm feeling hot.
Okay. Does anybody else have questions for Nancy?
I do.
Yeah.
Okay. Robin does up here.
Oh, sorry.
How did you two get acquainted?
Robin asked how did Nancy and I become acquainted?
Jan.
Mostly through Jan. I met you years and years ago when you played for the Recorder Society.
Oh, you did? Okay, I didn't realize that.
And my friend Jim Greeno was in the Recorder
yes,
Society.
I remember Jim Greeno.
But Jan got to know you better from, you helped her find research material.
Apparently I did. I was working in the archives of Stratton Library, which is part of Sheldon Jackson College, which was part of Sheldon
Right.
Jackson College.
And then Jan got to know
she
you.
did a lot of research there. And I really treasured people who did research and checked on the things they said to be sure they were accurate.
And you and Jan share an interest in science and biology and accuracy.
Accuracy.
Jan's
I'm not a scientist, and Jan is. So we have to kind of skirt around that a little bit.
but sticklers for accuracy.
Yes, absolutely.
I don't really care that much for accuracy.
Really?
I just make it up.
No fair.
Anybody else have questions for Nancy? You can just stand up and yell it out.
I have another one.
Uh-oh, Robin has another one.
I sat at the same table with Robin for 2 years. We never got into anything like this.
Speak into your microphone there.
Sorry there.
That's all right.
How did, Nancy, how did you get to know Norm and Toby?
How did you, Nancy, get to know Norm and Toby?
No, Toby and Norm.
I don't remember.
It was a long time ago. I just don't remember.
Bird watching?
I'm sorry.
Bird watching?
Norm
No,
Campbell,
no,
who is
no,
Nancy's
no.
good friend, helps Nancy with all of her art projects.
Yes.
Her stitchery and many other things.
It just worked out really well, huh?
Any other questions for Nancy? Sorry. Go.
I know that Nancy went into the Maryland school and were like listening to them. I know it was in Maryland school. Do you remember how many years you did that?
23.
Wow.
But Marilyn Gould retired after 12 years with her. And I still have very, very fond memories of her and all the kids that were there in the classes. They were just wonderful. And they were so smart. And I was able to work with them kind of as a tutor instead of a teacher. I followed what the teacher was doing, but in the time I had with them, I could branch out. And when they learned how to read pretty well, then I'd check their spelling, and we went into a little bit of that. And then atlases, they learned how to use those, dictionaries, and finally they wrote an essay. Some of them. A lot of them never got to that point in the first grade, but I hope they did in later grades.
So, I'm sorry, Nancy, did you say that Marilyn retired before you stopped going in?
Yes.
Oh, wow, okay.
Yeah, she's down at the library now. I see her every once in a while.
I worked with Marilyn for years. I think she's the favorite teacher I ever worked
Yeah,
with.
they're all good. All the first grade teachers that I ever met are just gems, and we're so lucky to have them.
How many kids do you think you helped learn to
I
read?
have no idea.
23 years times.
Hundreds.
Math is not my strong suit.
Okay. Any other questions? Yeah, in the back.
Kind of on that note, Nancy, I know that you are a lifelong learner, and you are young at heart, and you would probably love to continue to read with children. An amazing opportunity might be in front of us, and it might be that if students are learning by computer and Teams and Zoom, and if you also choose to learn or have assistance using one of those formats, who knows how many more?
It'll never happen. I had one student since I've been at Pioneer Home. Is Grace here today?
Yeah, I'm behind you.
Where are you, Grace?
Over here. I'm right here.
Grace's son and I worked together for about a year, once a week.
Yep. Yep.
Okay? Yeah, and he's reading. And he was in the 3rd grade.
Yeah. When he
And he
started.
wasn't reading yet. And the longer a person doesn't read, the harder it is to learn to read. And he stepped up to the plate. He answered all the challenges. He learned pretty good spelling. Yeah, quite a guy.
Yeah. Well, anybody else? Yes.
I disagree with her a little bit. She and I were in grade school at the same time. A bunch of us, Wade Anderson, myself, Charlie Nick Tracial, all had a teacher with just one eye. And she flunked a whole bunch of us. That's the way the teachers were those years. But I can't remember what the teacher's name, but she had one eye.
So Larry, you were in grade school with Nancy
Yes,
here in Sitka?
yes. I got here in October of 1961.
Well,
1941.
41.
maybe so. I didn't know it at the time, and I'm just finding it out now. Why didn't you ever speak up?
So Nancy, do you remember the teacher with one eye?
I don't. I remember a typing teacher. I learned to type up here. And I remember somebody whose name was Micah, M-Y-K-U-T. But I don't know where I ever learned that name.
So Larry says that there was a one-eyed teacher that flunked a bunch of them.
Maybe that's why I never met him.
Oh! Burnt. Did she flunk the students on her blind side? That's just not right.
I had no acquaintance with an episode like that.
Wow. 1941. Anybody else? Well, how about if you want to come up? Nancy can't come down. Of course, we can't hug and kiss anymore. That's just not happening. But how about if you'd like to come down and chat with Nancy? Is that all right, Nancy?
Yeah, a little bit.
You can come down here and chat it up, and you could come down, you could go run over to the bookstore and buy a copy of Becoming Myself with a lovely picture. I think Jan kept advising Nancy to put, Jan called it that glamour shot.
Yeah, that was supposed to be on the front, and my daughter wanted that one too.
Yeah, Chris wanted the glamour shot on the cover.
Yeah.
I love that picture. And there's a couple of pictures of you in that one dress that you made, which is a beautiful dress.
A black dress.
Yeah, isn't that in there?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. Sorry. Yeah, Larry.
Well, my Uncle Jack was very involved in her family.
Oh, yeah.
Years. And now we have the second book that Uncle Jack has done called Fisherman 28. The first one was Square Rig that was in the library, and this one is in the, over in, not the library, book, in the bookstore available for people. Or just come to my house and I'll give them to you. Use some copies.
Now he's selling his book.
Oh, wait a minute. I'm going to go get some of my books.
No, I'm giving them away.
All right.
Anyhow, Jack Calvin and her father were very good friends. It was
That's
my
right.
reading. It was Uncle Jack and her father, the two of them that wrote Between Pacific Tides.
That's right.
Nobody else was directly involved with the two of them. So
That's right. Between Pacific Tides is, if you're not familiar with it, it's...
Some of the people writing stories just wrote one that the writer was with us. He had the name, the big name for writing.
Steinbeck.
Steinbeck. And in the book that the person wrote, it had just very little about Uncle Jack. And Uncle Jack and her father spent a great deal of time together working on a book that is now still being used, and that's Between Pacific Tides. It's so good, it's been repeated over and over again. And you can get that here in the library, and it will give you indication from way back that about all of our different animals and creatures that are in the water. Anybody have any questions?
Any other writers? Any other questions? Over here. Okay. Thank you. And if you'd like to go buy any of those books and come up and visit with Nancy, I think it would be a good time to say hello and visit. And go run to the bookstore if you'd like. And it's such a beautiful warm day, it seems like a good time to just sit on the lawn for a little while. And if you want to send somebody down to get a soda, I don't think anybody will mind that while you're waiting to talk to Nancy. Well, thank you, and thank you, Ted and Tom, again, for the wonderful music. Thank you for coming out. Beautiful day. Yeah.
I had to see you. That's the only time I get to see you. Is that as far as that window opens?
Well, Nance, I think people are going to come down.
Thank you. Let me just say that we have visited Nancy and Sitka at the Pioneer Home, and you got a vision of it at the end, how lovely it is up there. She's very happy. She's still doing embroidery projects. She's doing needlepoint, and she has donated her needle points, all of which are relevant to the particular institution, to the Sheldon Jackson College up there, which was a college initially for Native people and now is a summer camp. And she's also, reads a lot and has the picture of her father in her room, the picture done by Jim Fitzgerald. So, and you can kind of tell what a spirit she has still in her comments. So, and Jack Calvin's nephew was there at the end, and Jack Calvin is the one who helped with Between Pacific Tides, which is a nice segue into our next speaker, who is a local legend. Don Kohrs has been a terrific researcher who has been working on various aspects of Ricketts' life, as he has a position in the Hopkins Marine Station Library and access to lots of Ricketts papers, and has unearthed various things in that library that are relevant to Ricketts' life. He's also worked on a lot on Steinbeck's life. He sometimes shares tidbits with me, and they're always just fascinating and things I wouldn't found without Don. So Don, without further ado, let me introduce you, and you can share your screen and talk to us.
Okay, are you there?
I am here.
Can you see me okay? Or do I need to share my screen?
Francesca will set that up.
Okay.
You're set to share your screen if you'd like to.
Okay, I'll share my screen as soon as I'm ready to start the PowerPoint. I am ready to move to Sitka. That was just beautiful up there. I've talked to Nancy many times she's a pioneer, and it just must be gorgeous up there. So today, thanks for having me. I am going to do my best to talk a little bit about Ed Ricketts and a little bit about Between Pacific Tides. I have 60 slides and 30 minutes to do it, okay? So Susan has the ability to tell me to quiet down at any moment, okay? So now I'm gonna start the PowerPoint and go ahead and just start talking. Can you see that okay?
Not yet.
Can you see share screen? I wonder why it's not going. Can you see me yet?
Not yet. Did you press share the second time as well once you selected the PowerPoint?
The second time.
There you go.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Now you've got me there.
And then
now can you get me to
hit the slideshow button at the top? See where it says slideshow? It says animations, slideshow, review, view, tell
Yeah.
me right there.
Oh, thank you.
And then it'll have start from the beginning.
How's that?
Perfect.
Great.
Perfect?
Yes.
Okay, now you've helped me overcome those obstacles. Let's get on with the show, all right? So, finding Ed Ricketts at Hopkins Marine Station. My name is Don Kohrs. Thank you for having me once again. I work in the Harold A. Miller Library at Hopkins Marine Station, Pacific Grove, California. Here's a picture of Hopkins Marine Station in 1918, Stanford's Marine Biological Laboratory. But this story is a little bit more about Ed Ricketts. This is a picture of the first location of Ed's first Pacific Biological Laboratories, 1923 to 1928. That's not the original building. The original building got torn down, but that's the original location. When Ed had to move because the original building was being torn down to build the most recent set of buildings that we have here. Ed moved to New Monterey, Ocean View Avenue along what is now Cannery Row. This is his second Pacific Biological Laboratories building, 1929. The second Pacific Biological Laboratory building got destroyed by fire November 25th, 1936, right? So now we're into not only a second, but that got rebuilt, and we have what it is today, the third Pacific Biological Laboratory that's been standing since 1937 until today, which we all know and love. Ed not only had biological laboratories, he had lots of cars. This is the first car that Nan Ricketts mentions, the Big Mitchell. As she describes it, it was an oldie, but a very good car, taking us on many beautiful trips and adventures. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about cars and trips and adventures that run through Ed Ricketts' early first 20 years while he's in California. Here's his second car, the 1924 Packard Coupe, right? Ed moves up a little bit. His first Packard that Ed owned, he puts 100,000 miles on that car. He owns it from 1925 to 1932. Well, it makes you wonder, how is he putting all those miles on that car? Is he just going back and forth from the Great Tide Pool a lot? Here's second Packard that Ed Ricketts owns, 1933 to 1937, but he suspects to put another 100,000 miles on. Bruce Ayres has a description of this in his book, Cannery Row, and he provides the following description of the Packard: an enormous 8-cylinder inline automobile, chauffeur-driven style, with a front and back section separated by a vertical crackdown window. Car was black, shiny, had lots of chrome, and sported huge tires in the front fender. It had been a great luxury car in its day. Ed had bought it from a bankrupt Pebble Beach estate. It was fine leather upholstery in the front and mohair in the back, with cut glass vase for flowers, and even a phone with a buzzer that G and I had to try out, of course. Here's another picture of that beautiful Packard that Ed Ricketts owned. The second Packard that he owned, another 100,000 miles. Where does Ed Ricketts go all these times? Okay, so after that, in the fall of 1937, Ed traded in that second Packard for a Ford V8, 1937 and 1946. There is a picture, and I believe that is Richie Lovejoy on the left with Ed Ricketts there in the center. So after 1946, he buys the 1946 Ricketts, purchased the old 1936, a noisy 1936 Buick Sport Coupe. This car is in constant need of repair, and Ricketts writes about this in a number of his letters. It's always having trouble, it's always breaking down. May 8th, 1948, he drives that car, that 1936 Buick Sport Coupe, and apparently it stalls. It may have run out of gas. There's all kinds of speculation what happened, but he gets hit in that car by the train and passes away several days later. when Ed passes away, he has in his will that his papers are going to go to Hopkins Marine Station. So here they wind up at Hopkins Marine Station. Not only is Ed's papers, a number of them, a lot of them are at Stanford University now, up at Special Collections, but his reprints and his book collection wind up in Hopkins Marine Station Miller Library. And also this sculpture by Peg Carroll somehow winds up in the Miller Library at Hopkins Marine Station. It had been to the other libraries before we moved into the Miller Library. But there's this picture of Ed and Ed's head staring me every day, and I have to figure out what the heck's going on in Ed's head. So I start going through the library. I'm new in the library, and I start opening up books, and I find books that say Gift of Ed Ricketts, right? Hopkins Marine Station. I say to myself, how many of these books do we have? So I start sorting through all the books to see how many of these book plates I can find with Gift of Ed Ricketts on them. And then I find Ricketts bound reprints associated with the library. Here's another picture, a close-up of Ricketts bound reprints that I have amongst the collection at Hopkins Marine Station. And then Joe Weibel points me to the fact that, oh, we have his reprint collection of these 3x5 cards that provide information as what reprints Ed Ricketts owned. And then I go a little bit further and find out that not only do we have his indexed reprint collection, and we have what I come across as the Pacific Biological Laboratory stamp, but in that collection we have, in his index reprint collection, we have everybody that he owned a reprint for, like Dora Henry. She has the notes of Cecil Barnacles from Lower California that Ed had the reprint of. He's got all indexed in his card file. And then I find in our reprint collection that very reprint with the stamp for Pacific Biological Laboratories. Again, another one by Dora P. Henry, right? The Cirripedia of Puget Sound with a key to the species. There we go. We find another one in the reprint collection. Don Abbott had apparently claimed this after it came into the Ricketts collection. But you can see it has the Pacific Biological Lab stamp on it, which shows us that at one time it was owned by Ed Ricketts and it was part of his indexed reprint collection. Not only the reprint collection, but we have the PBL survey cards for Alaska, Monterey, Southern California, Baja California. These are all his reprints. He started redoing the card, PBL survey cards about 1943, 44. From a collection that had actually survived the fire. There was a safe that protected a number of things in the fire, and the survey cards, the index reprint collection, all of that may have, or some of that may have been in the file, in the safe. Here we have an example of one of those cards, the survey cards, and he shows on this card that the collection for this particular animal was obtained April 13th, 1925 and identified by Walter K. Fisher. Very interesting. Deep dredge out of Santa Cruz, very deep waters by black cod fishermen. Ed actually rented space on the Santa Cruz wharf for about 3 years, 1925 to 1928. Here we are again, another file obtained on March 22nd, 1928 by Chin Yip, identified by the species that Chin Yip had collected was then identified by Henry B. Bigelow, 1928. Well, who's Chin Yip and who's Henry B. Bigelow? Chin Yip's name keeps showing up on a whole bunch of survey cards. So I'm like, who's this Chin Yip guy? Well, a little talk with Jerry Losabado puts things together a little bit more for me. And Chin Yip lives here. This is the original house of Chin Yip at Way Street Studios. He was born in the Chinese fishing village, and his house was at 744 Way Street. Reported by police, this is a newspaper article, that 22 chickens had been stolen from the poultry his poultry yard last night. A fence of the yard was torn down. Note that in the newspaper mentioned there is a fence of the yard was torn down. Like I was saying, born in 1881 in Pacific Grove Chinese Fishing Village, the site of Hopkins Marine Station now, Chin Yip and his family moved to Maccabee Beach in 1906. Yip, being an American citizen, he's able to purchase the lot at 744 Wave Street. Now, he's got the house, and the house was probably what we're coming to understand was a part of what was Jacques Lerb's Hertzstein Laboratory that was positioned where is today Monterey Bay Aquarium. The laboratory property was owned by University of California, Berkeley. It was sold to Hovden. The lab building, which is this wooden shack, wooden building, looks like it was moved, probably by Yip, up to that location. What we're now thinking, as Jerry Losabado mentioned, there was a great big fence that runs along the bike path, which was the railroad tracks. And we're wondering if that's Chin Yip was not the model as the old Chinaman in Steinbeck's Cannery Row, the gentleman that goes 2 streets up and goes through a hole in the gate to his home. Who's Henry Bigelow? He's a Harvard faculty, conducted classic studies, investigating physical oceanography, 1912, 1924. Well, he was out here in 1928 when he conducted the first oceanographic survey, Monterey Bay. The card itself says 1928. Ricketts met Bigelow when he was out here, and Bigelow identified the species collected by Chin Yip. Turns out the more and more I dig into this, Rick, everybody, especially when it comes to invertebrate specialists and marine scientists. He knows Bigelow, the founder and first director of Woods Hole Oceanographic Institute. He knows Gislin from Sweden. He actually spends about 3 months with Gislin. He knows O'Donohue from the University of Manitoba, who comes out to Monterey for visits. He knows Vaughn, Waylon Vaughn, the director of Squid Institutionography. He knows or writes to Yatsu, the third director of Misaki Marine Biological Station, University of Tokyo. Ed is very well connected through his specific biological laboratories. He's providing specimens to all these scientists. He knows the faculty at Hopkins Marine Station. He knows the students at Hopkins Marine Station. You work through these cards and you see all these different names and you're like, Ed knows most everybody. What's Ed doing knowing all these people? What's Ed doing driving all those cars up and down? Well, he's going up and down the coast. He's working on this book, Between Pacific Tides, by Edward F. Ricketts and Jack Cavan, an account of the habits and habitats of some 500 of the most common conspicuous seashore invertebrates of the Pacific coast between Alaska, Sitka, Alaska, and northern Mexico. So Ed's been spending his time up and down the coast researching for the book and collecting specimens for Pacific Biological Laboratories. But Ed's got to have these invertebrates that he collects identified. And he also likes providing these specimens to the scientists who are doing research in their particular area of research on these marine invertebrates. Here's a little bit that Ed describes in 1942, the Monterey Peninsula Herald, about his 20 years of waterfront. I went out myself on the boats occasionally, often with the results not encouraging to delicate stomachs. Ed gets seasick very easily. Scoured the bay in a rowboat for jellyfish and the floating organisms. Got curious animals, even from the San Francisco drag boats. And again, very much troubled by that famous indisposition related to small boats and bad weather. He's like me, he gets seasick easy. Collected in the wilderness, down the coast, and made long trips into Mexico, Canada, and Alaska, coming back each time to a larger town. Coming back each time to a larger Monterey. Ed's gone a lot. When I started learning about Ed, I thought he was always down in Monterey. Turns out, no, Ed's traveling up and down the coast. Winter times down Southern California, Mexico. Summertime up into Seattle and British Columbia. Here we are, Ensenada, May of 1925. Very early on. He just moved out here in 1923. He's all the way down to Estero de Punta Banda in Mexico, 1925. What a beautiful place. Here's another picture of Estero de Punta Banda in Mexico, where Ed collected. He's in the halfway house in Lower California, February 12th, 1930. And this is La Jolla, also 1925. When I saw the halfway house, I was like, the halfway house? Where am I going to find out where that is? Well, you know, all you got to do these days is just do a little Google and you'll find out where the halfway house is. Here it is, halfway between Tijuana and Ensenada, just like it was described. There's just the halfway house. Here's a picture of the halfway house, some 25 kilometers south of Rosarito, the legendary halfway house, opened as a cantina in 1922 on the cliff overlooking the ocean. And here's what the back of the halfway house looks like. Wonderful place for Ed to go collect. Laguna Beach, California, November 1930. Ed's down visiting Southern California in the fall, in the wintertime, collecting animals for Pacific Biological Laboratories and surveying the habitats of these marine vertebrates, getting information what he's going to present in between Pacific tides. What a beautiful sight it must have been to be down in Laguna Beach in 1925, 1930. Ed, it would have been good to buy a little piece of property back down there during that time. There's another wonderful shot of Laguna Beach in the 1930s. Wonderful. There were some wonderful collecting areas around Laguna Beach, La Jolla, and Newport. That's what Nan Ricketts, in her book Recollections that Ed Jr. helped her put together, describes many of these collecting trips. Newport Bay, California, February, November 1930. That's down there collecting organisms. Picture of Newport Bay very early on. What it looked like then in the 1920s, it looks like today. Mission Bay, San Diego, California, May 12th, 1925. Ed's down in Mission Bay, 1925. Probably on the same trip that he's down to Mexico on. Mission Bay in the 1930s, what it looked like then. Very less populated than it is today. More of Mission Bay of what it looks like today. So you can use the cards from his survey cards, the Pacific Biological Laboratory survey cards to find out where it is. But you can also find out from all the collections. Ed sent tons of invertebrates to the Smithsonian, and others wound up at the California Academy of Science, either directly through Ricketts, Walter K. Fisher, Frank McFarland, two professors at Stanford. This one puts him in Comox, Canada, Ed Ricketts, July 1930. And here's a beautiful picture of Comox, Canada, what it looks like today. He was up there with Jack Calvin, July 1930. You find another record of his visit in July of 1930 in the Smithsonian Invertebrate Department collection, right? And the locality for this specimen is Port Townsend, Washington, at west of the lighthouse. And here is a photograph taken on July 25th, 1930, at the Point Wilson Lighthouse by Jack Calvin. So Jack, Sasha, and Ed Ricketts are up there in 1930. Amongst the collection of letters at Stanford University Press, they tell SUP, Stanford University Press, hey, we're going up to Washington to do a little bit more surveying for the book that they're proposing to publish, Between Pacific Tides. Like I said, what he's up there for is not only to research between Pacific tides, but he's combining his interest in the intertidal zone with the collecting of his, what he refers to as his bread and butter specimens for the Pacific Biological Laboratories. The acorn worms, the gonianemas, the small pink jellyfish, and Amphioxus, the fish-like marine chordate. And this all goes into the publishing of the work he puts together between Pacific tides, published in 1939 with Jack Calvin as co-author and line drawings by Richie Lovejoy. First edition, Ed forgot to get in that he wanted to thank Richie Lovejoy for those line drawings. He corrected that in the revised edition. And then 2 years, 8 months after the publishing of Between Pacific Tides, in 1939, he and Steinbeck published the Sea of Cortez. With those all done, Between Pacific Tides, one of Ed's really big goals, which is just phenomenal. He's already done, Between Pacific Tides, Sea of Cortez. He's working on the outer shore. He wants to do the marine invertebrates of the Pacific coast, a checklist of common littoral species from Panama to the Bering Sea with key and bibliographies. That's really what a lot of those cards that rest in the Hopkins Marine Station Library are referencing for. He's working on putting on this checklist, this great big manual, as he refers to it, that's going to identify all the marine invertebrates, the most common ones from Panama to the Bering Sea. Quite the story, quite the man. With that, I'm going to stop there and see if you have any questions. Are you there?
Second. Anybody have any questions? That was really, I love your presentations. I loved all those cards at the beginning. Terrific. Really nice done.
I'm glad it went well.
Yeah, very nice. He's just filled in so many details about Ricketts' life. Anybody have any questions you want to type into? One question from the last presentation was, what happened to the built-in table that was in the lab on the Cannery Row living quarters?
That one I do not know.
I don't know either. Yeah. Yes, Linda?
Am I unmuted?
You are. Uh-huh.
Sorry, for some reason my computer wouldn't let me type. Hello, Don.
Hello.
I have a book that I want to ask you a question about.
Oh, that's the Pierce's book, Animals Without Backbone.
This is Ralph Buxbaum.
Yes, Ralph Buxbaum, which is Vicki Buxbaum works in the library with us.
Oh, is that right?
Yes.
Well, my husband's here with me, and we were biology majors in college. And my husband bought this book. This has a 1938 copyright, and it's not in very good shape, but it's got a couple photographs in it that I'm wondering, you're not going to be able to see this. Maybe I could email them to you so you could check them out, that we are wondering if they're Ed Ricketts.
Well, they might be, or they could be the other scientists at Stanford. Send me an email. My email is dkohrs@stanford.edu.
At Stanford?
Yes, .edu. And I can look and see if that book is on our shelves, or might be able to get an older copy from Vicki, because I'd like to take a look at that and see who's in those photographs.
There's two pictures, well, actually three. The ones on this page are a whole sequence about finding echoloids. And there's two pictures that I'm wondering if it's him. There's one that shows this person's hands, and possibly. And then there's another one on another page about a rocky shore. This one says Pacific Grove. There's no attribution on either picture,
which he says in the photo credits means he took the pictures, meaning Ralph Buxbaum.
Okay.
And this book has that picture of Ed Ricketts holding that big squid, that's famous picture.
Right, exactly. That is
And-
one photograph I know that Ralph took.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes. All right, I'll send these to you.
Wonderful question. Thank you.
The other little tidbit is the two of us and you went to the same high school.
The same high school I went to
Yes.
in Illinois?
I know. I mean, what are the odds? We went to Alleman High School.
Well, wonderful. So you're pioneers.
Absolutely.
Wonderful. Well, welcome to, where do you live now?
Ann Arbor, Michigan.
Right on.
It's a long story.
It's a long story. We'll talk later.
Okay, that'd be
Go
great.
Pioneers.
Absolutely.
Lincoln Park.
Yes.
Dr. K.I. has a question, or somebody else has a question, right?
Yeah, there's Greg Kai saying, when Ricketts traveled north or south, and what kind of facilities did he say? With friends and motels, sleeping in the car?
Yeah.
Any idea?
Oh gosh, Ed did a lot of traveling with the family. Hoodsport, I believe is the name of the town, up in the Seattle area, where they rented a cabin. They pulled alongside the road or down into a campground and slept, is what I've heard. Possible motels along the way, I believe so, but haven't gotten that far along, or other than the cabin at Hoodsport. And what's Nancy have to say about it?
Nancy Ricketts, and here's her memoir, and if anybody wants a copy, just email me. And she says they stayed in carports and small hotels, and they camped.
Yeah.
Well, so they went on a lot of family collecting trips as well as individual. And Katie Rodgers is with us. Katie, do you have anything else to say? Hello, Katie.
No, hi. Just wanted to say hi. Sorry to join a little bit late. I'm on the East Coast, so I've been running things today. I remember Ed Jr. talking about camping sometimes when they would go on family road trips. So that seems to corroborate. I haven't had a chance yet to read Nancy's memoir, so it'll be fun to see what she says about all of that. But hi.
Yeah, hi. Katie and I were together many years.
The other question is about how were the specimens transferred to these other places, the slides? If you're referring to all the specimens winding up at the Smithsonian and at Cal Academy of Sciences, Ed contributed hundreds and hundreds to the Smithsonian. There's a whole list that I've gathered together. And if you're bored to death and have nothing better to do, you can go to seaside.stanford.edu. And I think I have a list of all his contributions year after year after year to the Smithsonian. He was close with the head director, Waldo Schmidt, of the invertebrate biology department at the Smithsonian. And he needed those invertebrate specialists at the Smithsonian. They helped him identify more species. So that's the answer to that question. Fascinating story.
Yeah, and there's a possibility some of those might come back to the lab and to Monterey at some point. So we'll see if that happens.
Right.
Well, I am supposed to be the timekeeper, so just to keep us kind of on time, Katie and John Straley, whom you saw on that interviewing Nancy in Sitka, Alaska, they're going to join us at 3:30 and talk about more about Ricketts. Katie, of course, edited his letters and wrote and edited his wonderful essays. So Katie will be here to answer questions with John, and then they're going to talk about their recently reissued collection. But Tim is going to he's going to provide a little filler. Unfortunately, Sandy Leiden couldn't be with us today. So Tim, I think, is going to talk briefly in the next 15 minutes, if he's there.
Do we have a time for Jerry Lowe? She looks like she raised her hand.
Sure. Yeah.
I don't know if we can get her on, if she can.
Thank you, Don, for doing the research and finding information about my grandfather and my great-grandfather, because without you, I wouldn't have known anything about his connections to Ed Ricketts, and well, no, I take that back. I would have from the aunties, but your more detailed information, and I would never have been looking in scientific journals for information about my fisherman grandfather. I wouldn't have known. But I just wanted to mention that their grandpa's house, which is now Wave Street Studios, is rather than 744 Wave Street, it's 774 Wave Street.
Wonderful, thank you.
Thank you.
I love getting corrected. I like to be as accurate as possible.
I know getting corrected always makes you feel humble.
More information.
Yes. When I published my very first book and it was on landscapes, I got a call, believe it or not, at 10 p.m. Somebody had gotten an advance copy and he called me to tell me that I'd made a mistake. So that was my very first review. I was like, wow. And he was absolutely right. But it was devastating to me. But then I learned it's also humbling and, you know.
We all make mistakes.
Exactly.
I just wanted to tell you in case anybody wanted to visit it and they would be seeing the Wave Street Studios.
Right. That's a really good point, Jerry. Well, I'm not sure Tim is here, so maybe we can.
He's here. Oh, he's here.
Okay. So Tim, do you have a short presentation or do you want?
Yeah, short as it can be.
Okay, here's Tim.
Can I share the screen? Is that how it works?
That's how it works, yep.
Okay. Oh, there it is. Can you all see it?
Nope.
You'll just need to press share one more time.
Oh, it's too late now. Hang on. I got it. Meet that. Okay. Now can you see it?
Yep.
All right. So I'm sorry, I am not Sandy Lydon, but Sandy's a good friend of mine and he unfortunately had to leave, go out of town today, so I'm stepping in. Sandy was going to give a short presentation, well, actually he gave a presentation about, he used to do a television program. That's how I got to know Sandy, actually, back in the 1980s, called In Your Backyard. If anybody remembers that television program. But in that program, he did an episode with a woman named Margaret Lamb, who lived in Seaside, and she was a descendant of the original Chinese immigrants to Monterey, and she showed how they used to dry squid, because she still did that in the back. And so I'm going to give a little program about fishing squid in Monterey, Chinese style. So let's see how this goes. So of course, this is a wonderful photograph. This was taken about 1874. This is the Chinese fishing village in Pacific Row, Hopkins Marine Station, Monterey Bay Aquarium. But what I love about this photograph, if you look down here, you notice these children. These children are born here, American citizens. So the Chinese began to arrive in Monterey around 1852 or so. There were actually 3 families that sailed across the North Pacific in 3 small 30-foot junks. There's actually a series of currents that will push them all the way across. The Chinese called that the black tide or the big drain. Comes out somewhere near Cape Mendocino in Northern California. They then turned right, set on the California coast, actually overshot Monterey, ended up in Mexico, had to turn around and fight these currents back when they finally land out of Point Lobos, where they were taken in by a Rumsian village. The Rumsian were the Indian people of Monterey, who nursed them back to health. When they got healthy, look out to that bay out there, and they said, hey, nobody's fishing out there. And the reason nobody was fishing out there, because at that time there was no way to get fresh fish to the big markets like San Francisco, because the railroad hadn't arrived here yet. The Chinese, and this is very important, understood the technology of drying all of their catch. Of course, drying is a way to preserve things. So they would dry all of their fish. Then once a month or so, a big Chinese junk would come down from San Francisco and pick up all that dried fish. They'd ship it back to China. They'd ship to other Chinese camps along the West Coast. But they were also selling fresh fish to the local citizens here in Monterey. So they actually brought an economy here. This is a photograph, Chinese gentleman here selling his catch to local citizens here. Believe it or not, there was no commercial fishery in Monterey in the 1850s and 1860s, and people, they didn't fish. They just had no way to get this catch, but they were selling fish to them. So around 1853 or so, another wave of them came, settled again about where Hopkins Marine Station is, and the Monterey Bay Aquarium. This is a photograph of that village site here. You can see little houses kind of stuck out over the rocks. And by the way, the name of this village was Point Alones. Point Alones, if you look at a map of the 19th century, actually is right about where the deck of the Monterey Bay Aquarium is today. And so what's important about the Chinese initially is that they're really the first to show us what was out there, how you utilize that bay out there. But what's really important about the Chinese who came here, as far as we know, Monterey is the only place where they brought their families with them. All the other Chinese coming to California mid-19th century are mostly single men coming to work in the railroads, coming to work in the gold fields. These guys came to fish, and they came here like they knew what was here. And there are historians that I know who believe the Chinese were in California as far back as the 5th century. They certainly had the ships, and they had the skills, and they had the technology. So they could have been. We just don't know, and we'll probably never know that for sure. But as I mentioned, they fished for everything. Initially, a lot of Chinese came to the Monterey area actually for abalone. And in fact, it was actually referred to in the San Francisco newspapers as the abalone rush. And then they looked out into the bay and saw, hey, all this stuff out there, and began to fish for everything. They had, including squid, and they had discovered, of course, that squid are nocturnal, and they could burn little pitch fires over the side of your boat just to attract them to the surface, and they could just scoop up easily in these big baskets and bring them on the beach to dry. Well, in 1874, this key, this very key right here, changes the history of Monterey forever. This is a switch lock key from the Southern Pacific Railroad. This is the key that opens the lock, that pushes the track, that brings the train to Monterey. Now you got a railroad, now you got other folks coming to fish in Monterey, because now you got a way to get fresh fish to big markets like San Francisco. With other folks coming to Monterey in particular were the Italians. Not the Sicilians yet, but the Genovese, coming across the bay from Santa Cruz, coming down from San Francisco to fish primarily for rockfish. The Chinese, not wanting to compete with the guys, said, hey, we'll just fish for squid at night, because nobody wanted squid then. Squid was considered to be a junk fish. While the Italians are home sleeping, the Chinese are out fishing for squid. Around the turn of the 20th century, the city of Monterey banned the drying of squid within the city limits. And if you ever smelled dried squid, you would actually kind of understand why they did that. And so these three Chinese companies moved their squid drying grounds out along the Salinas Highway that was then not part of the Monterey city limits. These fields across the airport that we now call Tarpey Flats. There are three large Chinese squid drying grounds out there. And so, by the way, here is a photograph of the Chinese fishing village in Pacific Grove. This is the, what I love about this is a rare photograph of the one of the boats, and you can see here the apparatus for the pitch fire. And here's all they do is take a branch of a tree, pretty much a pine tree, and then this wire basket you see right here, which is probably filled with pine cones and other just pine boughs and whatnot, and they would burn them in these little baskets right here. This is a close-up again of one of those photographs. You can see again the apparatus there to burn the baskets right there. And then this is a wonderful photograph of them drying the squid on the field. This photograph was taken probably where the Andronico's market is today. That's where they are. You can see the drying squid here on the racks here, actually on the rocks right here. Now, what's interesting about this is they were drying all of this squid, and they were putting it in big barrels that were filled with salt. And they're getting the salt actually from Moss Landing, and then they're shipping it to China. Now, we now believe is that they weren't, once they got to China, it wasn't the squid that they were after, but it was the salt that people were after. There were actually great salt wars going on in China at that time. And the squid was being used as fertilizer and other kinds of things like that. So in 1906, this happens. This is a Sicilian gentleman and with his 3 daughters standing on his brand new Lampara boat. Sicilian fishermen began to arrive in Monterey after 1905 to fish for sardine as a small secondary fishery then. The salmon was the big fishery in Monterey at that time. So they fished sardine in the late summer months and through the fall and winter. But after they finished fishing sardine, well, they had to have something else to fish. So they began to fish for squid out in the bay. But they didn't really want it, but they're going to, hey, we got the boats, we got the nets, so we're going to fish for it. So they kind of forced the Chinese fishermen off the water. But once they got all that, once they started fishing that squid, well, what are we going to do with it? So they turned around and sold it back to the Chinese, who were then taking it out toward Tarpey Flats to dry out there. Here's one of those Sicilian fishermen on his Lampara boat, sound asleep. Here he is right here. Look at all that squid on that boat right there. Also, this is actually a barge that pulled behind this boat here, also filled with squid right there. Then in 1918, a guy by the name of Wan Yi, who was the model for the character Li Chong in the book Cannery Row, came to Monterey and opened this general store right across the Monterey Bay Aquarium called the Wing Chong Market. Wing Chong in Chinese and Cantonese loosely translates to beautiful, prosperous. And I love this photograph taken in 1945, and you can see the boilers right here and more boilers back here. But you name it, he sold it in this store right here. Rubber boots, rubber aprons. He catered a lot to the cannery workers here in Monterey. But besides selling goods, he also did things like this. This is actually a payroll check paid to a guy named Yi Qi, a Chinese gentleman who worked for the Hovden Cannery. This is from 1932. I think the check is for $7.20 or something like that, which, by the way, is about a week's salary, full-time, in 1932. At that time for that guy, it's about what I make today. But if you look at the back of the check, if you look at stamp Wing Chong market, so he was actually cashing checks at that time doing that thing. But he actually did pretty well in that business, but he really made his big money in the squid business. So he began to buy that squid for those Sicilian fishermen. He got his own space out there at Tarpey Flats. He'd buy the squid, truck it out to his fields, he'd dip it in brine, lay it on the ground to dry for 10 or 12 days. And if you needed a job in those days, we'd go to work for Wan Yi, and he'll pay us 25 cents an hour to rake up squid into big piles. And one of those guys that actually worked for Ricketts was a guy named Gabe Bicknell. And Gabe Bicknell was also, when he wasn't raking squid, he's probably in this photograph, when he wasn't raking squid, he also was collecting specimens for Ed Ricketts. He was the model for the character Mac in the book Cannery Row. And here is a page from a book from the Wan Yi's Squid Company right here. And this is actually a ledger, employee ledger, and this is Gabe Bicknell, Harold Bicknell. This is his ledger. He was employee number 334, working for Wan Yi right there. And so they rake all the squid in big piles like this one right here. This is all dried squid that you see right here. People used to refer to this as Squid Mountain, also known as Heliotrope Hill because of the purple color in it, but also known as Halitosis Hill because of the smell of the dried squid. In fact, the smell was so strong that people would write letters to the Monterey Herald complaining about the smell because the winds would push the odor all the way down into Monterey. And they were demanding that they move these squid drying grounds out past Monterey into Seaside in Sand City today. That's where they wanted to move them out there. But this was not a Monterey city limit, so they're allowed to stay there. So here is Wan Yi squid drying ground. You can see all the squid mountains right here, and these guys raking up squid back here. There's bundles of squid right here. And then he had a secret process to keep all the dirt off that dried squid, get it off that dried squid because it lay on the ground all that time. So you see this conveyor belt contraption right here. There's a tarp on the ground right here. They run the squid up this conveyor belt thing one by one by one. As it drops off towards the tarp here, there's a hose right here that's blowing air to blow the dirt off that dried squid right there. Then they'd punch it down in these machines right here into burlap sacks, and then he is shipping it. So there's Juan Yi right there. This is all bundled squid on the back of the truck. And by the way, this is wharf number 2. This is the corrugated building. If we went down to the wharf today, this building is still there, and the Monterey Abalone Company is right here, and there's a fish market right there today as well. And so they're shipping this. He's shipping it to Asia. It's going to China. It's going to Japan. It's going to Hong Kong. And to give you an idea of how well he was doing in the dried squid business, in 1930, during the Depression, Juan Yi was making close to $30,000 a year in the dried squid business. And the name of his dried squid business was Wing Chong. So it definitely was beautiful, prosperous for Mr. Yi. So, and of course, the squid fishery really died out in Monterey in the 1930s, late 1930s. Juan Yi actually died in 1934, and other fisheries began to replace that. But they continue to monitor it. This is, of course, this is a guy named J.B. Phillips, who was a fish and game biologist. This is taken at Hopkins Marine Station, of course, with the Humboldt squid you see right here. They weren't drying these big guys. Here is some market squid underneath, below them here. Then, of course, someone mentioned this a little bit earlier, so I had to put it in here. Here's Ed Ricketts at his lab, also with the Humboldt squid that you see right here. And then in the 1950s, after the sardine fishery really collapsed, they began to fish squid again in Monterey. And here's a photograph taken in the early 50s of them fishing squid. This is right in the middle of the Monterey Harbor. And you can see the squid boat here. And then they got a purse seine net all laid out here. And they're pulling in squid that they're going to put into these sardine hoppers that were still out in the bay and still in use, where they would suck the squid into the canneries. Still wasn't a big market for it. Canned squid was not a big thing here in Monterey or really in the United States. So here's a label from that time period. And the market actually for this canned squid was in Mexico, and it was also in Greece, and they'd actually can it in the squid ink. That's where the market was for this. So when Hoagden's cannery closed, or actually when Hoagden sold his cannery in 1952 and escaped to Mexico to not have to pay off his IRS debt, the company that bought it, they made their money canning squid. That's what they did right there. And I think you guys have seen enough of me today, and I know you'll see a little bit later, so I apologize beforehand. But here's one photograph of all these guys on the Monterey Wharf. This was taken about 1920, all holding squid in their hand right there. So thank you very much.
Wow, that was terrific, Tim.
Okay.
And of course, Gilly was by my side listening to the
Yes.
squid.
Excellent. Why were they all holding up squid like that?
What's that?
You know why they were all holding up a squid?
I don't know why they were. I wish I had that answer, but I don't know.
Celebratory squid. Okay, well, in the interest of time, I think we'll move on. You can ask, we have 2 more presentations. Katie, Rodger, and Don Straley are next. I guess we have to split. Francesca, how do we get the screen shifted?
There you are.
So next on are 2 remarkable people, and they are going to talk in part about this book that I have, edited by Jan Straley, and it's a Ricketts essay that I'm going to let Katie has an essay in here. It's just a really wonderful collection of essays and thoughts about Ricketts. This is the 2nd edition, and so if you want a copy, as I said, email me at my San Jose State address. Katie Rodgers, we worked together at San Jose State for many years, and many funny stories there, which I won't tell you. She ended up getting her PhD at the University of California, Davis, and she now teaches there, and she teaches environmental studies and writing, scientific writing. John Straley is most famously married to Jan Straley, right, editor of the book. But in his own right, he is a writer of terrific mysteries. And he's a local celebrity in Sitka and around the world. He'll talk a little bit about his own books. But they're both going to talk chiefly today about Ricketts, who spent some time up in Sitka. So I will have Francesca now split the screen for us, and Katie and John have to unmute, and then they will be, and I will mute, and they will be presenting. So.
I also, Susan, I have, I did put a couple of photos together. I don't know if we want to do that or not, only because I wasn't sure.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah, we can do that. Francesca can split the screen, right?
Should I?
You have the ability to share your screen if you.
Yeah. I know how to do that. I just didn't know if you know, I didn't want to interrupt. I don't know about split screens, but I can share my screen.
It's up to you and John. You can show pictures and then talk afterwards. That's fine with me. It's totally up to you. Pictures are always good.
Well, I just had a few real quick. John and I were going to just talk about, John and I put together an outline. We wanted to talk about Ricketts' influence a bit, you know, Ricketts and why everybody loves him and why he's so important, why we love him, but also why and how he's connected to Sitka, Alaska, which I'm not sure how many people really are fully aware of, and how that connects to the book that we were part of. So maybe I'll just show these pictures, and then if it makes sense, we'll turn them off and then we can just talk.
Sounds good. You have to do share screen. I think you have to hit it twice, right, Francesca?
Yeah, no, I
know.
Yeah. So, so much teaching online. So some of my photos aren't the greatest quality because they're from old PowerPoints. I just wanted to show a few quick slides to sort of set a little bit of context. So you all might be very well aware, or maybe not aware, that in 1932, Ed Ricketts went to Sitka, Alaska with a partner named Jack Calvin, who is really probably now one of Sitka's, you know, kind of most well-known figures. And they were all young men at the time. And they also were accompanied by Joseph Campbell, who was living in Monterey. This is Joseph Campbell, sort of in the middle of this picture. Ricketts is over here in the hat on the side. And they were with some other folks, and they went up to Sitka, Alaska in 1932 and collected and talked and read and drank and had, you know, a very Rickettsian, if that's a thing, a Rickettsian time. And this was a really important trip for Ricketts because of Sitka and because of how beautiful it was, and how similar in some ways it was to Monterey at the time. And this is during the early 1930s, and Ricketts had been exploring and studying the Monterey Bay area and north of there, as well as south of there along the Pacific coastline. And all of this was really starting to feed his understanding of intertidal zones and environments and how animals lived in their habitats. And so this trip is one that in some ways was almost like a precursor to the Sea of Cortez. And it's a really neat and important part of his life. I could go on, but I won't. Here's a picture of Ricketts collecting. I believe this is, now I'm not gonna remember, but this is of Monterey, I believe. But the picture I wanted to show was this one. This is a picture of Jack Calvin, who was Ricketts' co-author on Between Pacific Tides. The first edition came out in 1939. And by then Calvin was permanently living up in Sitka, but the men had worked together on this for a long time. This book was a long time in the making. And Calvin was a really important collaborator in Ricketts' life and in his work, and remained a correspondent and friend of sorts for the remainder of Ricketts' life. So there's Calvin, for those of you who may not have ever seen him. Again, terrible quality, but when we did the first edition of this book about Ricketts and Sitka, Jan and John came down and we had a book signing and reading in Pacific Grove. The quality of this, I think, is pretty bad. I apologize. But this was such a special night for me. John and Jan and everybody involved in this book mean a lot to me personally. And it was just a fun experience from start to finish, being able to be part of a book full of essays by different contributors, writing about who Ricketts was, how his work and his life connect to Sitka. Oh yeah, and again, not great quality. This was the first edition of that book. Susan held up. The new version has a blue hue, which I think is really beautiful. So that's all I wanted to show, just to sort of have something to show. I wasn't sure how visual I was supposed to be. Oops, sorry, you can see all my stuff. Anyway, but hi, John.
Hey, Katie. How are you in Georgia?
I'm in Georgia. I'm okay. Wow. It's a whole other conversation, but yes.
Yeah. Well, I had wanted to, first, I'm very grateful to Susan for inviting me to Monterey Days and to be with Katie again. Working on this book, this is the blue edition. Working on this book for Jan Straley was just so much fun and interesting. Jan and I got to know Jack Calvin years ago, and we knew his association with John Steinbeck. But one of the really sort of important factors in the Steinbeck story is that John Steinbeck was very cruel to Jack Calvin in his letters, and it's not hard to understand really, in that they were young men and they were about at the same stage in their writing career. Jack Calvin had been born 1901 in Miles City, Montana. He had gone to high school in Seattle. He had moved down and he'd gone to Stanford. And when he had met Ricketts and Steinbeck, he and Steinbeck were about at the same stage in their writing career. Calvin had written a book of sea adventures. As a young man, Calvin had been drawn north, had worked on the four-masted schooners and the fishing fleet in the Bering Sea. And he had also worked in a cannery in Port Alexander, I'm sorry, here on Baranof Island. I'm in Sitka right now, and it's a beautiful cold day in Sitka. There's lots of points of argument about this. And if you noticed, if you watch that film where I interviewed Nancy doesn't like to prepare talks. Nancy always asks me to interview her when she gives presentations because she just likes to answer my softball questions. If you noticed in that thing where Larry Calvin, Jack Calvin's nephew, gets up, and at almost any time you have a forum talking about Ed Ricketts, one of the Calvin family will show up in Sitka and assert their primacy in the story of Between Pacific Tides. And they are very, very proud of Jack Calvin. So Calvin had married another very prominent family member of Alaska. He had married one of the daughters of Father Kashavarov. He had 6 daughters, I believe. And he married Sasha Kashavarov. Sasha had heard about the scene in Monterey and just ended up writing. And she had heard about Jack Calvin, and Calvin was living down there then. And so she just wrote him and wanted to go down to see the scene.
because it was a bohemian paradise in Monterey. It was warm. There was fabulous food. There was a lot of partying, and there was a kind of a free love ethic in Monterey at that time. And she wanted to be a part of it. And her younger sister, Xenia, also wanted to be a part of it. Xenia came to Sitka when the Grampus trip ended here in Sitka, and she got involved with Joseph Campbell for undisclosed, verified tryst on the top of the Grampus, and then she ended up marrying John Cage, who came up to Alaska as well and lived in Juneau for a while. Cage, of course, was one of the contemporary American, prominent modern American composers. Anyway, this whole artistic scene, Calvin had, when he married Sasha for their honeymoon, they rowed a canoe from Tacoma. They paddled a canoe from Tacoma to Sitka. And the canoe is still here in Sitka, and the Naquasina, but the canoe. And then Jack wrote a long article for National Geographic. Anyway, there's this historic connection between Monterey and Sitka, Alaska. And there was a very sort of common creative scene. The Kashavirovs, Father Kashavirov was born in, when was he born? He was born in the 1860. And he was born in Kodiak. He was Aleutic, part Aleutic and part Russian. He married a Tlingit woman, and his daughters were identified as Tlinkits. And they were very, very intelligent, this family of Kashavirovs. He was a scholar, an anthropologist, really, without the term, but he was a collector as well, Father Kashavirov. And his daughters were